A group of Democratic lawmakers who served in the military or as intelligence officers put out a disturbing video this week encouraging our armed service members to refuse orders from the Trump administration.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
But from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
you must refuse illegal orders.
I'm sorry, this video is appalling. How exactly is the administration pitting our military against American citizens? How has it threatened the Constitution? The administration has abided by every single court order, including patently ridiculous ones that were immediately overturned by higher courts. They are suggesting the military disobey orders from the executive branch, and they call Trump an insurrectionist. Noting the irony, President Trump responded on Truth Social, posting seditious behavior punishable by death. Those defending the video argue that it's simply stating a fact. Members of the military should refuse illegal orders. But the subtext of the video is obvious. Trump is not a legitimate president, and his orders should be treated as suspect by our men and women in uniform.
That's right. All they want to do is cause dissension in the ranks. They want to put a little dysentery in there and screw with Trump. How's everybody doing tonight? I did start a little bit early because Rackets sent his people over here, so I had to hurry up and start. So I appreciate it. It's awesome. I thought he was going to go a little longer. I had to come rushing in, but that's great. I want to thank everybody who's here, everybody who stopped in. If you're new to the channel, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. These shows run every night. I do a news show with politics. I try to be funny. I try to, joke around, but it is what it is. And hopefully you guys will stick around and you'll like it. So here we go. We're going to got a couple more videos real quick to start the show off, which I thought were topical on the subject here. So we have this is from, this Marine Sergeant Joey Jones. He's on fire. He's going to talk about these vets who made this statement.
Listen, when it comes to the veterans in that video, even Jason Crow, I don't think any of them are real pipe hitters. I mean, guys and gals that go to war and see their friends die and understand it, it's hard for me to believe. I know Jason Crow was a Ranger and he deployed, and I don't know what his military background is, but maybe he was just half asleep through all that. Maybe he had some sort of epiphany that changed his character. But the real pipe hitters out there understand what they were doing in that video, and there's no way in hell somebody like me or any of my peers would do something like that. I mean, you're talking about a group of people who, listen, they say that there's people in the Pentagon that are concerned about these orders. You know who those people are? They're the ones that came in on the DEI train that are concerned about their job. When it comes to the men and women that are fighting wars, they're concerned about having the proper funding, the proper support, and leaders that will have their backs when things go awry. And I think they've seen that's what's happening right now in the military. Listen, when it comes to the veterans in that video.
Right. That's what they're doing, these veterans. And we got this. This is a great video here, which I wanted to bring up because I saw this. So they're actually doing a war dance. They're doing a war dance. It was nice of you to buy all those memberships to Nick. Well, I try. Well, let's see who's here tonight. We got Sharon's here. Says, hi, Jim and the Jim Somniacs. Great to see you. Sharon Tyler. G Sharkman's here. Jules is here. What's never fear? Jules is here. That's right. What's up? Seagull Gunner's here, too. What's up? How you doing? Mr. J.L. Petrie. How you doing? Great to see you. Pam Graham's here. All early tonight. Yeah, a little early tonight. Peggy Barreau. What's up? Democrats do everything they can to block Trump. Yes, they do. Pyramid 7's here. Yo, what's up? Nice to see you. Yes, I did. I did buy 50 subs for Nick because, well, he was trying to do his Member November, and I figured it was the least that I could do. Was try it out for my friend Nicholas. So, but check this out. This is interesting. It's one of the most unintentionally hilarious things I've ever seen. This is a... Hey, Kelly, nice to see you. Literally doing a war dance. That's crazy, right? And then I just thought this is good because there's an updated version. They did a more modern version for today's youths. Ready? That's crazy, right? That's some crazy stuff. Wow, man, that's some crazy stuff with the modern stuff. So, as per usual, on every show, we have a goal. We have a $75 goal for every $75 we get. Crip walking. That's right. For every $75 we get across all platforms, YouTube, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Cash App, you name it, Ko-fi, whatever it's called, we extend the show by an additional hour. And then for you like Racket's new incel counter and a sheer Kurt Butthurt. Yeah. And then for if it's individual donation, VBL is over. I don't know what that means, VBL. Anyway, we can activate the Bellavision for a single donation of $25 or greater, or once we hit $50 in total, we activate the Bellavision, which you can see she's very excited. Viva Barnes Law. Oh, okay. You can see she's very excited tonight to get involved in the show. Yeah, she's very excited, so she can't wait. Just can't wait. Very big lips. That's what I was thinking. Viva Barnes Law. Yeah. Well. So, let's get into the tonight. Yeah, tonight. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're saying tonight or forever it's over? They ended it like they're done? No more Viva Barnes? It's all over? HJ Remy, what's up? Nice to see you. Did I make sure I got this off? Okay. Uh-huh. All right. Not forever. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's get into the first news of the evening here. This is very big news. Let's jump right in and say Doge does not exist anymore. It ends with 8 months left on the mandate. That's right. They just ended Doge, just like without telling anybody, just like ended it. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. They just end it like that and not say nothing. Like, how are you going to just end it and not say nothing? How are you going to do that? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Man, to just end it like that, just end it. It's over. It's ended. That's nuts. No more Doge. No more Doge. Wow. Wonder what we're going to do without a Doge. No Doge. Seems, like something could be a problem. Yes. So, all right. Let's read this story here. United States. Man, I'm always having problems with this. Here we go. Close that out. Do this. So, Washington, D.C., U.S. President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency has disbanded with 8 months left on its mandate. Rest in peace, Doge. That's right, Ben Frail. Rest in peace, Doge. Swamp swallowed Doge. They had a ton of work left to do. Yes, they did, Audra. I don't know. It's ending the initiative launched with fanfare as President Trump's pledge to slash government size, but which critics say delivered few measurable savings. Well, I mean, how are they supposed to get measurable savings when the Congress keeps fucking reenacting the stuff they're trying to cut? You're killing me with the new hour. Hi, everybody. I thought starting earlier would be better for everybody rather than later. And then I wasn't supposed to start till 9, but Nick Rekieta sent, I saw in the chat that I got raided by Nick Rekieta. So I was like, I should start right now so people don't show up and then just, leave. Maybe they'll stick around and check out the show. So, yeah. And he said, that doesn't exist. The Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper told Reuters earlier this month when he asked about Doge's status. It's no longer a centralized entity. In the first public comments from the Trump administration on the end of Doge, Elon and what's his name? X? Is that his kid's name? X? Can't remember if it's X. So the agency set up in January made dramatic forays across Washington in the early months of Trump's second term to rapidly shrink federal agencies, cut their budgets, and redirect their work to Trump priorities. The OPM, the federal government's Human Resources Office, has since taken over many of Doge's functions, according to Kapoor, and documents reviewed by Reuters. At least 2 prominent Doge employees are now involved with the National Design Studio, a new body created through an executive order signed by Trump in August. That body is headed by Joe Gebbia, co-founder of Airbnb, and Trump's order directed him to beautify government websites. Beautify. What's up, Ank? How you doing tonight? How you doing? No, not the football addicts. As you can see, I'm listening and watching the Tampa. Oh, I don't see. Each department now has its own Doge department. You heard? Well, that's good. That's good. That'll work out, right? Gebbia was part of billionaire Elon Musk's Doge team, while Doge employee Edward Corsetine named Big Balls encouraged followers to his X account to apply to join. This 26-year-old woman ID'd as the woman set on fire, and a slender man people missing. Doing good, Hank? That's good. That's good. Okay, the fading away of Doge is a sharp contrast to the government-wide effort over months to draw attention to it, with Trump, his advisors, and cabinet secretaries posting about it on social media. Musk, who led Doge initially, regularly touted its work on the X platform, and at one point brandished a chainsaw to advertise his efforts to cut government jobs. Hey, Kelly says, I made it. I'm rewinding. Well, don't worry. You can always play it a little bit faster. And we haven't been going that long, only a few minutes. And this is the chainsaw for bureaucracy, Musk said, holding the tool above his head at the Conservative Political Action Committee, CPAC, in National Harbor in Maryland in February. Doge claimed to have slashed tens of billions of dollars in expenditures, but it was impossible for outside financial experts to verify that because the unit did not provide detailed public accounting for its work. That should make everybody, wonder, like, how is it possible that they could say they cut all this money, but nobody could verify it? Wouldn't that imply that the government is way too big and way too unruly that no one can verify what's actually being cut and what's not? I mean, that's what it means to me. That's what it sounds like to me. So President Trump has given a clear mandate to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse across the federal government. He continues to actively deliver on that commitment, said White House spokeswoman Liz Houston in an email to Reuters. Trump officials have been signaling Doge's demise, and Trump administration officials have not openly said that Doge no longer exists. Even after Musk's public feud with Trump in May, Musk had since left Washington, and Trump and his team have nevertheless signaled its demise in public since this summer, even though the U.S. president signed an executive order earlier in his term decreeing that Doge would last through July of 2026. In statements to reporters, Trump often talks All right. Well, that's bad. I don't know what happened. It just crashed. I got one of those screens that said, "Oh, snap," and it crashed. It's been happening quite a bit today. Let me get everything loaded back up. Share screen. Doge doesn't exist anymore. This is bad. I don't know what's happening. Why it's crashing. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Stuff's crashing out. So in a statement to reporters, Trump often talks about Doge, in the past tense, acting Doge Administrator Amy Gleason, whose background is in healthcare tech, formally became an advisor to Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy in March, according to court filings. In addition to her role with Doge, her public statements have largely focused on her HHS role. Republican-led states, including Idaho and Florida, meanwhile, are creating local entities similar to Doge. Hey, said the wrong thing. Must have. I don't know. It just crashed out. It was weird. It was really weird. Yeah, look at this. It says, Ko-Fi bot. Head on over to Jim Tells You at Ko-Fi. Yes. So for anybody new here, I want to thank you for being here. Please remember to hit the like. Please subscribe. All that jazz and business and stuff. And, you know, and check it out, because we do these. I do these shows almost every night. And I can say the budget in my little corner of the federal government is smaller. Not sure if it was Doge, but it must be related. It's possible. It's possible. Possibly related. Let's see here. And then Reuters has the exclusive, says Doge doesn't exist with 8 months left on its charter. Doge disbanded 8 months ahead of time. President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency is disbanded with 8 months left on its mandate. They just said it doesn't exist anymore. It's no longer a centralized entity. And 2 prominent employees are now involved with the studio. We saw that. This looks like the same exact story. This looks like the same exact story. Trump on his first day office barred federal agencies from bringing on new employees, with the exceptions for positions his team deemed necessary to enforce immigration law and protect public safety. He later said Doge representative must approve any other exceptions, adding the agencies should hire no more than 1 employee for every 4 that depart. Wow. I'm still waiting on my $5,000 and the $2,000 off also. That'd be nice. There's no target around reductions anymore. Former Doge employees move on to new roles. So Zachary Terrell, part of the Doge team given access to government health systems in the early days of Trump's second term, is now Chief of Technology Officer at the Department of Health and Human Services. Rachel Riley, who had the same access according to court filings, is now Chief of Office of Naval Research, according to the office's website. Hey, what's up, Q Ed Watts? How you doing? I detest websites that prioritize graphics over utility. Seems like pretty dumb, right, for the federal government to make them beautiful if they don't work properly. Seems like a waste of money. Jeremy Lewin, who helped Musk and the Trump administration dismantle the USAID, now oversees foreign assistance at the State Department. Well, that's good. Musk, shortly after Trump's election, said he had a mandate to delete the mountain of government regulations. And remaking government with AI, 2 key tenets of Doge. Administration is still working towards slashing regulations. The White House Budget Office has tasked Scott Langamank, is his name? Langamank? Something like that. Langamank? Is that how you pronounce that? Langamank? With creating custom AI applications to pour through U.S. regulations and determine which ones to eliminate. Musk, meanwhile, has reappeared in Washington. This week, he attended a White House dinner for the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salam. Sim salam, bim salam. Check your account, lol. Yeah. Definitely beautiful loser. Okay. All right. And then basically, the same story, and Mediaite has it, just says Doge has been doged. Time magazine has, Doge disbanded, Elon Musk cost-cutting project quietly ended. Then we got this story. It came out today. It says envelopes with white powder sent to 2 Texas ICE offices. No public threat. If someone's sending white powder, how is it not a public threat? Seems odd, doesn't it? So Texas remains ground zero for targeted attacks against U.S. immigration and custom enforcement. Yes, ICE facilities in Texas have been the targets of shootings, bomb threats, and now mail with powder substances. Federal officials are investigating 2 incidents in North Texas after 2 field offices received envelopes with white powdery substances this week. Talcum powder? Yeah, probably, but, no threat to the public exists at this time, Department of Homeland Security said. One envelope was sent to the ICE field office, which has been the target of recent domestic terrorist attacks. The facility was targeted by a sniper in September and a bomb threat in August. The other envelope was found at the ICE field office in Irving, where the Office of Principal Legal Advisor is located. On Friday morning, an ICE officer at the Dallas facility opened an envelope to the Dallas field office containing a white powdery substance. Out of precaution, hazardous material hazmat team was called to the facility. The Federal Protective Service and FPS and Dallas Fire Department also responded, followed by a shelter-in-place and inspection. The facility is returning to normal operations. A second envelope was also discovered at the ICE offices in Irving, Texas. Pat Hacker says, you're starting earlier and earlier. Well, what happened tonight, Ms. Hacker, is that I was going to start at 9 because we've been going, usually it's been going like 5-6 hours, generally speaking. So if I start at 9 and we go 6 hours, I get done at 3 in the morning as opposed to getting done at 4 in the morning. So it's a little easier for me to do that. And tonight I was going to start at 9 just in case we go a little long. But then, Nick Ricada rated the stream. He sent his audience over, and I saw it happen when I saw the alert, and I was like, oh crap. So I had to hurry up and start the show because I didn't want to 23-hour, 50-minute days. Yeah. What's up? So great to see everybody here. Snarf's here. Pat's here. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. There's no threat to the public, and the matter's under investigation. The incidents occurred after a coordinated Antifa attack at the facility on July 4th and another ICE facility in Alvarado, roughly 27 miles south of Fort Worth. 16 people were charged, and guilty plea hearings have already been scheduled ahead of defendants who were indicted on terrorism-related charges. Also in July, a Border Patrol annex located next to the McAllen Airport was targeted by a gunman from Michigan. He opened fire and shot a police officer. Border Patrol agent returned fire, killing him. The incident also occurred after death threats against ICE officers have increased by 8,000%, and assaults against ICE officers are up 1,000% compared to the same time frame last year. Threats include bounties placed for their murders, threats to their families, stalking and doxing, among other threats. A record surge of vehicular attacks against ICE and Border Patrol have also occurred in recent months. Vehicular attacks against ICE officers are up 1,300% and up 58% against U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. So it makes you think, though. So how ICE, ICE says it's up 1,300% against ICE, but only up 58% with Border Patrol. So I wonder how often they were getting rammed before. They must have been getting rammed quite a bit. This as ICE officers continue to arrest violent felons, including sex offenders, members of gangs and terrorist organizations, and offenders who've been previously deported. In Texas, ICE Houston officers recently arrested 3,600 illegal foreign nationals with extensive criminal histories. Sex offenders, child predators, murderers, wanted fugitives, and those with convictions for aggravated assault, burglary or theft, weapons offenses, aggravated kidnapping, drug and human trafficking, and smuggling, making terrorist threats, among other violent crimes. Yes. Need special forces recon. Something. In San Antonio, a Homeland Security task force just arrested 27 Tren de Aragua members, including 2 who are already under investigation for human smuggling and money laundering. I'm sure they'll call them Maryland men, so they'll be fine. Yes. We have become extremely occupied. Extremely. It ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. It's amazing to me how much people don't realize how many illegals we have in this country. It's got to be close to 100 million. It's got to be. When you start taking into account all the visa overstays and everything else, it's got to be. Occupied by foreign invaders is what I think. Yes. Texas authorities are also arresting men after they've committed violent sex crimes against women. They've been living illegally in the U.S. for years after they first illegally entered as a minor. DHS has blamed Democrats for the increased violence perpetrated against federal law enforcement. Those attacking, threatening, or doxing. Why is my fan not seem like it's working? Are being arrested and prosecuted nationwide. Mia Cathell testifies at the anti-ICE uprising at Senate Judiciary hearing, and McLaughlin is calling on politicians and activists to tone down the rhetoric before a law enforcement officer is killed. Well, they've been shot already. So every day, America's brave ICE officers put their lives on the line to defend the homeland and keep Americans safe. Newsweek says that the white powder triggers probe at ICE sites. Hazmat teams responded to the 2 immigration customs facilities in Texas. Homeland Security said the field office opened an envelope at 7 a.m. Preliminary testing indicate the powder was not dangerous, so that's good. It wasn't dangerous powder. Second envelope with the same powder was sent to the Irvine ICE office. Now I wonder, do they charge, like if they find out who it is, do they charge them with like terrorism, like a terrorist threat, or I wonder what they get charged with. Walk into any emergency room and you'll know it's 100+ million easy. That's what people are saying. Like it's very, very, since comes as deadly terrorist attacks in the bomb threats. So we read all this stuff. So envelopes, white powder. All right. Then we got this story. This is a funny story. So AOC decides that she wants to do a turkey giveaway. All right. So AOC's like, I want to give away turkeys, but I don't want to pay for it myself. So I'm going to do a thing where I'm going to raise money. I'm going to tell people to send me money so we can give people turkeys for Thanksgiving. But where do you think the money went? Didn't go to like some special thing. It went right into her campaign funds. So the donations are just campaign funds. So she's just it seems like it might be a violation of like some kind of FEC rules to do this. You think it'd be attempted murder? We have bats around here, not that many more wild turkeys than bats. People who don't have allegiance to America. Yeah. Only turkeys give money to AOC anyway. Yeah. Look at it. Oh, during the holiday season, fundraisers to help those in need are common occurrence, but a recent attempt to tug at the heartstrings to help families in need has been exposed as yet another attempt to pad the coffers of some decidedly not in need. Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently sent out an email asking supporters to donate for a Thanksgiving turkey giveaway in New York City. The message read, Thanksgiving is 2 weeks away. Will you chip in $5 or anything you can to help us bring the joy of the holiday season into homes around New York City this year? The link, however, goes straight to the Democrat fundraising platform Act Blue and contributes directly to her campaign. The page disclosure notes paid for by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for Congress with donations not qualifying as a charitable deduction. So the New York Post says instead of having supporters send donations directly to community organizations organizing turkey drives, like she did in 2021 when she reported raising $33,000 for 3 local charities, she's having people send money to her campaign. A campaign is not supposed to be a pass-through for charitable work, said former City Council Minority Leader Joe Borelli. What if she raised enough money for 1 million turkeys? Would she buy 1 million turkeys, or would she keep $990,000 for her campaign and then throw the rest of the turkeys out the back of a truck and take a photo op? Makes you wonder. This is a clear case of why a campaign is not a charitable organization. AOC is already running a campaigning for Senate by using donations to hand out turkeys to districts far and wide in New York City, slapping her sticker on the boxes. Of course, turkeys will go to many illegals. She doesn't mention Americans once in her videos. She hates Americans. Let's see here. Let's see this video.
Community volunteers, we're doing the distribution, and then there are a bunch of families there so that we can really make sure that these get distributed far and wide, and we don't have a whole cluster. So look at this. We've got this whole line of cars here that come up, load it, and go out. And because of that, we have a bunch of volunteers that are loading them all up.
This has to be against the law.
All right, we're going to now we're at Throgs Neck, Edison Ave in the Bronx. We've got this huge distribution here, and Angela's got a new. We're doing this one with Grow NYC, so they got me a new hoodie. Can you hold this for a second? Yes. So I got a costume change.
I love it.
Thank you, Angela.
Got to be illegal. Yeah, of course they're going to illegals. Oh, Miss Dos Volt, what's up? Nice to see you. FFS, what's up? Yeah. Fraud. She used what money? That's the thing. Where'd she get the money for this? And is this someone else that were giving away turkeys and she just came and slapped her stickers on there to get credit for it? Because if that's the case, whoever let her stick the stickers on there might have violated the law by a legal campaign contribution, like an in-kind campaign contribution by letting her put her stickers on turkeys they're giving away to people. Someone needs to investigate this. It really does. This is fucked up. Gateway Pundit reported in March that the House Judiciary Committee on House Administration and Oversight requested 2 employees of ActBlue voluntarily comply with a request for transcribed interviews. Jim Jordan and Brian Steele of the House Oversight Committee Chairman Comer have issued subpoenas to former Vice President of Customer Service Alyssa Twomney and an ActBlue Senior Workflow Specialist for their depositions regarding allegations that, why do I keep saying allegations? Because it's the damn woman from Chicago, Mayor Tiffany Henyard, said allegations, and now whenever I see allegations, it just fucking comes out allegations. I don't eat birds. I'm making 3 brown sugar glazed hams. Well, that sounds good. Americans get small turkeys on a stick and a tube of KY jelly. Regarding allegations that online fundraising platforms have accepted fraudulent donations from domestic and foreign sources. While serving as ActBlue's president, Kwame was to manage the fraud team, and they released the claims that ActBlue weakened its fraud protection standards twice in 2024. In September, Jim Jordan issued additional subpoenas, as well as 2 former attorneys for the Democrat fundraising powerhouse. So that's what they're saying. So it's hey Marlene, what's up? Great to see you. Oh, what's up, Jim and the Ultimate Chatters? Good to see you too. Popeyes, love that chicken from Popeyes. No mosque for you. Let's see what the Post Millennial has to say about it. AOC seeks money for Thanksgiving turkey giveaway. Donations go straight to campaign through ActBlue. Charges for the powder could include conveying false information and hoaxes up to 5 years and a $250,000 fine, or mailing threatening communications up to 10 years, false report of a crime. Or of emergency up to 5 years. State charges could add 180 days to 10 years, depending on the response costs, and or prohibited mailings, injurious articles up to 5 years and penalties. Means I can buy lots of cheap turkey dinners because the supermarkets here always stock up for Thanksgiving without realizing Australians don't do that. Oh, that's cool. Thanksgiving is 2 weeks away. Will you chip in so we can help bring joy? See, this is the thing. This is weasel wording because it doesn't say she's going to actually. It doesn't say she's going to do anything. It just says, will you chip in so today to help us bring joy of the holiday season into homes around New York City this year? She doesn't actually say what she's going to do. She doesn't say she's giving away any turkeys. She doesn't say she's doing anything. This is like a very sleazy way to say, like, how is she going to bring joy? Well, it's like one of these nebulous things where it's not really, she's not promising to do anything. She's just, it's just a sleazy way to raise money. It really is, especially, but I think that stickers on the turkeys, that's a problem. Pretty sure the stickers on the turkeys is a problem. A squad member, Ocasio-Cortez, reportedly tied a turkey giveaway to political campaign donations. Email sent out stated that it's 2 weeks away, so we saw that. Clicking on the link sends you straight to ActBlue. Yeah, look at it. Oh, Cortez. Look at it. Yes, there she is giving away turkeys. What the fuck's going on? Oh, it's blurry. Oh, it's so blurry. Why is it so blurry? After selecting the dollar amount, there's also a disclosure that states that it's paid for by Ocasio-Cortez for Congress, that donations don't qualify as charity. And according to the outlet, Ocasio-Cortez, like other Big Apple politicians, have done turkey giveaways since 2019. However, as there's always been reported, she's vying for the Senate or White House. The strategy has changed. She's reportedly raised over $33,000 for 3 charities in New York, and this time, however, the money is going through her campaign. It's not supposed to be a charitable pass-through. We saw that. The Democrat of Queens agreed with the sentiment. Socialists like AOC and Mandami love to promise everything for free, but somehow it always tends with them shaking down working people under the guise of community goodwill. Wow. That's another Democrat of Queens. Wow, said that. It's a typical bait and switch, pretending to be for the people while quietly pillaging them for every dollar they can get. He hosted turkey drives of his own. There are over a dozen NYC politicians who are doing turkey drives this year. Only 2 of them, the one from Ocasio-Cortez, as well as Representative Gregory Meeks, are using campaign funds per the Post. The outlet reported that last year, the Congresswoman paid out $13,000 to Westside Foods for 3 days before Thanksgiving. In response to a report, the Cortez campaign refused to say why she changed how she conducted the donations. For our Thanksgiving turkey fundraiser, we set a goal that we raise towards, and if we surpass it, then we order more. Here's a turkey, vote for me. That's what it seems like, right? It seems like I mean, I don't know. It almost seems like maybe it should be like you're not allowed. I mean, like, I don't know. I guess because there's not an election like right now, so you can give people stuff. But if in an Instagram story, we've been able to provide over 1,600 turkeys in the Bronx. And all your support and fundraising, an additional 20,000 above our raise goal, we're giving 100,000 to local food pantries. So it's like no way to actually check what they're saying. Post says AOC email seeks donations for turkey giveaway. Money goes straight to her campaign. Fundraisers for the birds. Why does it keep doing that? What is going on here? A Power Hungry Squad member cooked up a new way to have her cake and eat it too, tying her annual turkey giveaway to her massive re-election campaign enterprise. Oh, my name is Star. YouTube has our display names messed up. Yeah, YouTube's been screwing up. I don't know what's going on. Chipping $5. We saw all this. So and there she is, putting a ready to cook turkey. Well, Teamsters. So she's advertising for the Teamsters. I wonder if the Teamsters supplied the turkeys and they're letting her put her fucking stickers on her, because that would be an in-kind campaign contribution. Yeah. So AOC has given away hundreds of gobblers since 2019. Oh yeah. So I thought that was interesting. Would she buy 1 million? Yeah, we saw that. So would she buy 1 million turkeys? We don't know. All right. This next story, I found very interesting. For a lot of people, might be interested in this. It says half of U.S. homes lost value over the past year. Half of U.S. homes. Homeowners still have significant equity. What we're seeing now is a normalization, not a crash, said an economic researcher at the real estate marketplace, Zillow. U.S. homes are declining in value, but homeowners on average are not selling at a loss since there was significant uptick in property value over the past few years. Unless you just bought in the last year or so, then your property might actually be less than you paid for it. No. According to the latest analysis by the online real estate marketplace Zillow, as of October 2025, 53% of homes have lost value over the past year as measured by their estimate. This share has climbed from only 16% just a year ago. This is the highest share of homes declining in value since April 2012, when the housing crash was starting to bottom out. Zillow's estimate is an automated estimate of a home's market value based on data points including public records, user data, location, and other information. Most of the value loss has been concentrated in the west and southern regions. Most metro areas in these regions have seen half or more of their homes lose value. As far as for metros, Denver saw the biggest fall in home value, followed by Austin, Sacramento, Phoenix, and Dallas. By comparison, only 3 of the 36 major metros in the Northeast and Midwest have the majority declines over the past year. Declines are spread to more homes in all metros. Despite the fall in values, homeowners shouldn't be disheartened, according to Tre Manhertz, senior economic researcher at Zillow. Homeowners may feel rattled when they see their estimate drop, and it's more common in today's cooler market environment than in recent years, but relatively few are selling at a loss. Home values surged over the last 6 years, and the vast majority of homeowners still have significant equity, and what we're seeing now is a normalization, not a crash. Based on the November 19th report from real estate brokerage Redfin, the housing market is favoring buyers, the strongest buyers market in recent records dating back over a decade. Thanks, Pat Hacker. Didn't want to miss saying, hey, hard with name game on YouTube now. Muffin Rando, what's up? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the names on YouTube. There's nothing I can do about it. I've tried it. I don't know. I've tried seeing if there's some settings I have set wrong. I don't see anything. So when there are over 10% more home sellers than buyers, Redfin defines it as a buyer's market. And says that the strongest one since the 2008 financial crisis, strongest buyer's market. Since April 25, 2025, there has been over 30% more sellers than buyers. There were an estimated 36.8% more home sellers than buyers in the U.S. housing market in October, or over half a million more in numerical terms, the largest gap in records dating back to 2013. Redfin said in November 17th that home prices have climbed 0.3% month over month in October on a seasonally adjusted basis, and 2.9% from a year earlier. My friend says, yeah, it's not you. Jim tells you it's YouTube. They did it help convert to full AI control. I don't get it. I don't understand what they're doing. There's been a slowdown in price growth with an increased number of listings, the company said, with demand still historically low. The slowdown in fresh supply and the shortage of buyers are largely offsetting each other. Fewer metros are seeing month-to-month price declines than they were over the summer, but that doesn't signal a pickup in demand. Sales are still slow, and many buyers who don't need to move are staying on the sidelines. The sellers who are listing now often need to move, but it's hard to attract buyers in a market where affordability is stretched and uncertainty remains high. So the housing market is softening. Personally, I believe we're in for a big correction in the housing market. I think it's coming. How bad it is going to depend on a lot of different things. Half of homes lost their value over the past year. Homes are declining in value, but homeowners on average are not selling at a loss. We already saw this. I think this is the same story, same exact story. Yeah, same exact story. Same exact story. Same exact stories. Definitely Wapner. Hey, Jonathan Marcos is here. Good evening, Jim. Running late? No, you're not running late. You're right on time. I'm early. I'm very early tonight. More than half of the homes lost value. Let's see what this is. It's going to be an actual talking about it, or it's going to be a commercial.
Small business owners across the country are using Amazon to pick up, store, and deliver their products.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. Hot diggity dog. More than half of the homes in the U.S. lost value over the past year, marking the highest share of property depreciation in more than a decade.
The roses, Julia.
Joe Biden's prices and his hikes cost a typical American family an estimated $33,000 and hit your workers and your customers and your small businesses. Very, very hard. The Biden administration started the affordability crisis, and my administration is ending it. My pledge to every family and every small business is that I will not rest until you are richer, stronger, more successful, happier, till you've gotten a piece of the American dream.
President Trump there unveiling his push for affordability in America Tuesday as the White House works to address the cost of America's housing crisis. The median age for all American homebuyers jumping to 59 years old. That's the median homeowner, according to the National Association of Realtors. Now, the share of first-time homebuyers now at a record low 21%, a median age of 40 years old for first-time homebuyers. A new analysis showing the cost of hidden home ownership.
I think it was under 30 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Includes insurance, maintenance, and property taxes. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate sitting at 6.2%. That is a slight increase from a week ago. President Trump recently proposing the idea of a 50-year mortgage for Americans. I'll be speaking about all of this coming up when I speak with the founder and CEO of Pershing Square Capital Management. Bill Ackman will be here in the 8 a.m. hour. Don't miss that. First, though, joining us now is Housing and Urban Development Secretary Scott Turner. Secretary, good to see you.
Nice to see you, Maria.
Thank you so much for joining the conversation. Cool. Tell us how you are tackling what people are calling an affordability crisis and a housing crisis.
Well, thank you, Maria. It's good to be with you. Well, first, when we came into this administration, our fiscal house was not in order. Inflation was at an all-time high. Interest rates were high. Mortgage rates were high. And so the first thing we've been doing at HUD is tackling the regulatory environment. One of the first acts we had was taking down the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, which really made Washington a national zoning board. And so taking this rule down has restored local control. And I know the president talks a lot about the regulatory environment. Maria, one thing that your viewers should know, when you build a multifamily housing project, 40% 50% of the cost of that is in regulation. And a single family project, about 20 to 25% of that cost is regulation. So tearing down the regulatory environment from a federal standpoint, and also encouraging firmly that localities also take inventory of their regulatory environment, because that really is what cripples development and building.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why President Trump has made it a priority to roll back regulations.
Right.
But I guess, people are wondering about the supply. Is there anything you can do to create more supply? Isn't supply, a lack of supply, one of the big issues here?
Absolutely. Well, when you bring the cost down, the supply will go up. And another policy is an opportunity zone.
If the prices are coming down on houses, it's not a supply issue. It means there's not enough buyers. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. So, all right. Okay. And then we got this. We got Secretary Bessent says he's very confident the U.S. won't slip into a recession. So that's good. And increase the supply by deporting the illegals. Yeah, that's a good plan. Marlene says that my daughter's home in Austin still valued on Zillow $140,000 more than today than it was when they bought it in 2016, although it's down $150 from its high value 2 years ago. Yeah, there was huge spikes, like Muffin Rando says that my home is paid for. It was a boom on cardboard boxes. I just had to buy the tape. Finally got the case paid off. Yes, tape is very expensive. Yes, Mr. K, 50-year mortgages is a ridiculous idea. It's a really ridiculous idea. Really ridiculous. Pat Hacker says, yes, Captain Z, that would help a lot if you deport the illegals. That would. So.
This month, I'm going to, let me ask you big picture, Mr. Secretary. You said earlier this month, I'm going to quote you, quote, I think there are sectors of the economy that are in a recession. Kevin Hassett, director of the National Economic Council, said, quote, we're starting to see pockets of the economy that look like they might be in a recession. Which parts of the economy do you believe have dipped into a recession?
Well, clearly housing has been struggling, and interest rate sensitive sectors have been in a recession. And the other thing that was not helpful, Kristen, was the longest government shutdown in history. It was 1.5% hit to GDP. They had 9,500 flights canceled, and the Democrats didn't care that they hurt the American economy. Anything to stop Donald Trump. Well,
big picture, is the country at risk, the entire country at risk of being in a recession?
No, I am very confident about 2026, because what we are going to see is the president has done peace deals, tax deals, and trade deals, but one big, beautiful bill. And to go back to affordability has two components. So it's price of goods and real incomes. So under the one big, beautiful bill, especially for working Americans, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility and loans for American cars. That's all kicking in. Americans have not changed their withholding, so we're going to see substantial refunds to working families in the first quarter of 2026. Americans will change their withholding, and they will get an increase in real income. The trade deals that we've done, I was just at my hometown, Charleston, South Carolina. Boeing is expanding their Dreamliner plant, 1,000 new jobs, and I think we're going to see these plant openings every week. I am very, very optimistic on 2026. We have set the table for a very strong, non-inflationary growth economy.
Well, that's good. Non-inflationary growth economy. Oh, I don't want to see no ads. Oh. What's Amy Klobuchar? I don't want to see Amy Klobuchar. What we got here? Best investment, $50 a year. What? Buy the dip. No, come on. Get out of here. What is going on? Bassett believes there won't be a recession in 2026, but says some sectors are challenged. Treasury Secretary said the U.S. was not at risk. Get out of here. Not at risk of entering recession in 26, but Americans would soon benefit from President Trump's policies. He acknowledged there were parts of the economy showing signs of struggle, including housing and interest rate sensitive sectors. Yes, definitely some stuff. Said on Sunday that it is not at risk of entering recession. Americans would soon benefit. Okay, I'm very optimistic about 2026. Nobody wants to see her. Very homely. Yes, don't want to see her. No tax on military retirements. That would be nice. Delhi's been going on for a while now. I have a Hungry Man turkey dinner in the freezer ready to go. We'll be fine. Just me on Thanksgiving. I like no dishes on Thanksgiving. Yes. Fake real estate assessments nationwide ruined the real estate market. It's possible. Man, chest pain. So that's weird. Cars and housing are struggling because of interest rates. As long as BlackRock keeps buying up everything, they'll set the market. We don't want them. Yes. You'll be surprised what you can fix with duct tape, Gorilla Glue, and zip ties. All my family lives in Florida. I live in Minnesota, not being a downer. Well, that's all right. You'll be okay. All right. Turkey loaf is the way to go. Hello, Pat. All right. We have set the table for a very strong non-inflationary growth economy. Parts of the GOP's massive spending package, One Big Beautiful Bill, are still going into effect and have yet to be felt by the economy. The new law makes permanent the 2017 tax cuts, along with a senior bonus to offset Social Security taxes and a bigger state and local tax deduction. The plan also has tax breaks for tip income, overtime pay, and auto loans. Healthcare costs are expected to become more affordable. Secretary said the Trump administration would have even more news on that subject this week. For now, a congressional deadlock tied to the extension of the enhanced subsidies on the Affordable Care Act is expected to push up healthcare costs for millions of people. The costs are going up no matter what. They're not doing anything to the cost. They're just giving taxpayer-funded, money to, like subsidies to cover the increases. But the increases are still happening. They've done nothing, to make stuff more affordable. They're just taking money from one person, giving it to another person. That's all they're doing. You got to stop printing new money. That's the only way to limit inflation. Yes, that's it. He acknowledged there are parts of the economy that show a shine of struggle, including housing. He cited the service economy as contributing to inflation, claiming that lower energy prices will soon help drive prices down. Well, yeah, because if lower energy prices, you got to figure, gas prices, diesel prices coming down will actually make it cheaper to ship things. It's just, that's just, economics. The 43-day congressional stalemate in Washington was the longest in U.S. history. Around 2/3 of registered voters say the Trump administration has fallen short on the economy and the cost of living. Oh. Yes. Snarf says it. The fascists ruined everything. No borrowing. Yeah, no more borrowing. Well, hot glue would have been cheaper than tape, but no plugs in the alley. Oh, man. That's terrible. According, Americans' views on the economy largely depend on their income level. High-income respondents rate their confidence at a 6.2 out of 10, with 10 being the best on average. Bank found more than half of its cohort chose a rating between 7 and 10. In contrast, low-income consumers reported a 4.4 score on average. A real budget isn't even in the discussion these days. Yeah, it's not. It's crazy, right? Nuts. Okay. Oh, and then Scott Bisson also had some things to say about, about the filibuster. So he says if Democrats close the government again on January 30th, the Senate Republicans should immediately abrogate the filibuster, which means get rid of it. Nuke it. Nuke it.
You call for an end to the filibuster. In the past, Leader Thune has said that it's just not happening. There aren't the votes. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that you have enough votes, that the president has enough votes to get rid of the filibuster?
Well, we will see come January 30th, because that's the point of my editorial, is to put the Senate on notice that the Democrats kept the government shut down, and Ezra Klein in the New York Times took the mask off. He said this wasn't about health care. This was about stopping totalitarianism. The Democrats haven't been able to stop President Trump in the courts. They haven't been able to stop him in the media. So they had to harm the American people. 1.5% hit to GDP, $11 billion permanent hit. They don't care. So I believe that Senate Democrats, if Senate Democrats close the government again, that Senate Republicans should immediately abrogate the filibuster. You should ask Senator Klobuchar whether she will adhere to the filibuster and whether she will close the government.
That's very interesting, right? Yeah. Gas is $2.65 here a gallon. Yeah. And where are we at? And they're like, Gibbs me dat. Definitely. They want the Gibbs me dat. Inflation is under 1% and gas is under $3. What are people looking for? I don't know. Yeah, Besant has good hair. He does. I'm jealous. You like Scott, just enough nerd to be charming. Gas hasn't come down in California, but they have a horrible government tax. Well, that's the thing, that people in California are like, oh my God, gas prices have come down. That's because Gavin Newsom actually increased the taxes on gas so that the prices coming down, it didn't matter. Mm-hmm. You're going to bed, Hank? Man, I started early just for you, and you're going to bed already. Wow. Yeah, that's right. We're coming up on 1 hour into show, everybody. We're coming up on 1 hour into the show. I just want to remind everybody that for every $75 in total donations that comes in across all platforms, we add an extra hour to the show. There's a link pinned into the chat and YouTube for Cash App, PayPal, and Ko-Fi, Coffee, whatever it is. Or memberships, becoming a member or gifting memberships. I add that in and deduct it from the $75. And also we have Bellavision. If anyone donates $25, a single donation, or say 5 memberships, something like that, Bellavision would be activated. Or once we hit 50 on the donations. And he wrote this thing. Oh, Ben Frail says, time for me to run, but I've subscribed, so I'll be back again. Well, I appreciate it. I do these shows just about every night. Usually 6 to 7 nights a week I do these shows. So I appreciate it. Come on back. We are being scammed quite a bit. Yes, we are. Gas is $4.90 here in Monterey this evening. Holy fuck, man. That's brutal. What? That is a lot of money. Wow. That is a lot of money. That's like double what it is here. I think I just paid $2.60. Wow. So here's the op-ed that he wrote. The seaweed looking filled chocolate. Okay. 385 in Red Bluff. It's time to end the filibuster. Senate Republicans should not shy away from doing what Democrats are certainly going to do. By Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary. Keep in mind, with the difference in gas prices between states, a huge chunk of what people are paying at the pump is taxes. Don't blame the oil industry. No, they did. They did a whole investigation in California. They did a whole investigation. Like Gavin Newsom said, we're going to investigate. We're being ripped off by the oil industry. We're paying more money in this state. We're being paid more money in this state than any other state. We're getting ripped off. They did an investigation. They said, no, it's our taxes. It's our taxes. Oh, look at that, Isaac. Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for the 20. Wow, I got a 20 on Cash App. Thank you. And with that 20, that puts us now, we are $55 away from the first additional hour and $30 away from Bellavision. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's great. It's gross. Yeah. Thank you. I got that. Thank you very much, World Radio. Mm-hmm. That's a rumination joke. Okay. The American people are just now emerging from the longest and most devastating government shutdown in U.S. history. And while the blame lies squarely with Senate Democrats, we cannot ignore the weapon they use to hold the country hostage, the legislative filibuster. In January, when spending considerations again come due, if Democrats once again choose to shut the government down, Republicans should immediately end the filibuster. It was a bullshit investigation. The winter rising and summer mix for gas adds a bit, but taxes. Newsom said he couldn't account for 70+ cents being charged per gallon, but never finished it. I thought they found out that it was the taxes. I swear that's what they said. So they just, by wielding the filibuster, which now requires a 60-vote Senate supermajority to pass the legislation, Democrats inflicted tremendous harm, just lots of harm, tremendous harm on the nation, including $11 billion in permanent economic damage and an estimated 1.5 percentage points in lost GDP growth in the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2025. 9,500 canceled flights and paychecks of 1.4 million federal workers held ransom by the left's demands. You know, didn't they end up paying all them the money? So it doesn't really like all the federal workers got their money. I think they got their money. I mean, I heard they got their money. I believe they got their money. So it's raining somewhere. Don't fall pieces over Reese's, whatever that means. For generations, the filibuster has been romanticized as the Senate's guardian of deliberation. In reality, it's a historical accident that has evolved into a standing veto for the minority and a license for paralysis. What once seemed like a dignified break on hasty lawmaking now blocks even routine governance. It's time for Republicans to acknowledge that the filibuster no longer serves the country and to be prepared to end it. We got our money. You did? Okay, good, Joe. I'm glad you got your money. That's great. It's chocolate filling references. Okay. The filibuster is not in the Constitution. The framers envisioned debate, but they expected majority rule. The modern filibuster traces back to 1806 when the Senate, on the advice of then former Vice President Aaron Burr, deleted the previous question motion from its rulebook. The deletion wasn't a philosophical embrace of unlimited debate. It was a housekeeping measure that inadvertently removed the chamber's mechanism for cutting off debate by a majority vote. Only later did senators discover they could exploit the gap to delay or block action. It says gas is $3.09 in Ocean County, New Jersey. Well, that's actually not bad compared to California. I mean, but today still, New Jersey used to be, I think it was one of the last states where you couldn't pump your own gas. Someone had to be like a paid attendant had to pump your gas. Is it still that way? In modern era, merely threatening a filibuster typically forces a 60-vote supermajority to move legislation forward. Defenders of the filibuster argue that it ensures compromise, encourages bipartisanship, and protects minority rights. That may have been true decades ago, but it's no longer the case now. Today, the minority party can abuse the filibuster to the point of rendering the Senate almost useless as a deliberative body. Democrats themselves have recognized this phenomenon. That's why in 2013, Majority Leader Harry Reid eliminated the filibuster for presidential nominations other than Supreme Court justices. In 2017, Republicans followed suit for Supreme Court nominations. Each side justified its move as a response to the unprecedented obstruction by the other. And each time the Senate survived. The Republic did not fall. If anything, accountability improved because voters could finally see which party was governing and which was obstructing. Oregon can now pump your own gas, but not diesel. Yes, can't pump in New Jersey. Oh, man. Trump is calling the Senate useless. He is a tyrant. Can't pump, yes. For fuck's sake. It's really not the ice cream maker. It's a convenience store middleman. Yeah. Though the filibuster no longer applies to judicial nominations, it still prevents the Senate from functioning as intended. Major legislation is now only passed through reconciliation, executive fiat, or brinksmanship. The 60-vote threshold has become a convenient excuse for inaction. Both parties claim to defend tradition, but traditions are worth keeping only if they serve the country's interests. The filibuster no longer does. Some Republicans hesitate to end the filibuster out of fear that Democrats will one day use the same power against them, but Democrats will use that power against them whether Republicans end the filibuster or not. GOP senators who defend a filibuster are ignoring basic game theory. As the classic prisoner's dilemma shows us, in a repeated game, the player who always cooperates with the opponent who always betrays is doomed to lose. They think you're too stupid to pump gas. Well, some people might be. Democrats have already shown they're willing to change the rules when it benefits them. They've openly called for eliminating the legislative filibuster when it stands in their way. Former President Barack Obama described it as a Jim Crow relic. To believe that they would hesitate to remove it when the next in power is wishful thinking. Why should Republicans unilaterally disarm when Democrats will never do that themselves? They would have to do something, like they would have to pass something like a constitutional amendment. They would have to do something to make it so that it was codified into the rules. That would be the way to go with it. In a strategic contest, deterrence works only when both sides believe the other side's willingness to act. By making clear that Republicans are prepared to end the filibuster and to govern without it, we strengthen our negotiating hands. Paradoxically, the credible threat of eliminating the filibuster could preserve it longer than endless appeasement ever could. You don't think the pump jockeys even have a union? It's messed up. Why wouldn't they? Should have it, especially in New Jersey. You would think they would have a union. January will test whether Republicans have the courage to follow through. If Democrats refuse to negotiate in good faith and close the government on January 30th, the Republicans must instantly abolish the filibuster. We cannot allow procedural fossil to hold the country hostage. Ending the filibuster would break the legislative stalemate, make government more responsive to the needs of voters, and restore the Senate to its proper function. They clean your windshield too? Yeah, full service. They used to have full service. That used to be they clean your windshield. Full service used to be clean your windshield, check your oil, all types of stuff, check your tire. There used to be all types of stuff. They used to check your tires, pressure, change your air filters on your car, everything. They used to do all types of stuff. They used to do all types of stuff. Yeah, now you go to a gas station, you're lucky they can make change. All right, now we have another crazy ruling coming out of the D.C. court that says the Trump administration is not allowed to expand rapid deportations of illegal aliens. The D.C. appeals court rules. You remember full service stations? Yeah. The Trump administration will not be allowed to expand certain efforts aimed at quickly deporting illegal aliens who live far away from the U.S. border. So once I guess there's like a rule that they're saying is that once you get further enough, like basically you get far enough into the country, you can't get rid of them. They're like, oh, they're too far away from the border, you can't get rid of them. How does that make sense? How does that make any sense? The U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia ruling came 10 months after DHS extended its expedited removal process nationwide as opposed to within 100 miles of the border. In a 2-1 ruling, U.S. judges Millett and Childs defended their order. The judges ruled that even though the DHS led by Secretary Noem would likely be successful in showing that the systems and procedures employed to evaluate detained individuals' claims of credible fear are constitutionally sufficient, it violates an illegal immigrant's due process rights under the U.S. Constitution's Fifth Amendment. What? There is no right to be in the country. This is insane. Oh, we'll say we looked in their fear claims, and but they said, oh, you can't ask them about their fear claims. They have a Fifth Amendment right. No, because deportation is not punishment. This is bullshit. The Supreme Court has ruled that being deported is not a punishment. It's not punishment. Now, what's to say? Federal court rules Trump must impeach and give all possessions to Democrat charity. Probably, man. That's what they'll say. He must self-impeach. Yes. I don't think he's going to fall for it. Yeah. Joni Ernst helped getting in an agricultural loophole on the citizenship document requirements for employment. I'm sure she did. She's retiring. Yeah, a bunch of the bad ones are retiring. Why does an illegal have any constitutional rights? I mean, they should have some rights, but mainly they would be like, the right not to be killed, right not to be locked up, like basic, civil rights. For those reasons, we deny the department's motion for a stay pending appeal. So I'm sure this is going to go to the Supreme Court, and hopefully the Supreme Court's going to do something about it. We grant a stay to the extent that the district court's order required any changes to procedures for determining credible fear of harm upon removal for those individuals who qualify for expedited removal. So, U.S. District Judge Naomi Rao dissented. The government suffers irreparable harm from this impermissible judicial interference with the Secretary's authority to carry out expedited removals. And the balance of the equities tips in the government's favor, I respectfully dissent. Epoch Times contacted DHS for comment. It says, for decades, the government's expedited removal process only applied to people who arrived in less than 14 days and were encountered within 100 miles of the border. On January 21st, the administration extended expedited removal nationwide, which made illegal immigrants living anywhere in the United States vulnerable to being deported if they were unable to prove how they arrived in the United States and their activities in the country for the past 2 years. Sounds good to me. Get them out. Get them out. The order reached beyond the usual border-only states and sparked immigration operations in cities like Chicago, Dallas, New York City, and St. Louis, as the Department of Homeland Security intensified efforts to deport people living illegally inside America. They're actively urging immigrants to leave the United States, including through a multi-million-dollar ad campaign. If they have been here for 20 years, how is this expedited? I think it doesn't matter how long they've been here. If they're illegal, they should be expeditedly removed. Like, oh, you've been here, what, how long? The longer you've been here, the faster you should have to get the fuck out, in my opinion. Like, oh, you just got here yesterday? All right, well, what's going on? Ask a few questions, see what's up. If, oh, you've been here 20 years? You got to go tomorrow. Beat it. Scram. Amscray. Get the fuck out. If we don't vote in 26, all those people will return. All the USAID types will be funded, and they'll be in bills under CRs that Trump will sign, and not to blame for another government shutdown. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, at that point, I think it's all overbooked except for the crying. You know? I don't know how you would fix it at that point. I really don't. I don't know how you would fix any of these problems. And that F and AutoPen and and the Obama admin both twisted whatever immigration policies they wanted, and the courts never batted an eye. That's right. They let them do whatever they wanted. Let them do whatever they wanted. Not so. It's from Reuters. The Trump administration cannot expand rapid deportations. U.S. Appeals Court rules. But I want to know what happens when, like, how come when these courts get overruled by the Supreme Court or en banc, when it happens, why they're not punished? Whenever somebody says Trump's doing something, they're saying, oh, you can't do this court says so. It's like, oh, he's breaking the law, he's doing this. But when it gets overturned, they don't say that judge was breaking the law and they overstepped their bounds and they did something they're not supposed to do. No one ever says that. Why? I say it. Someone else needs to say it. Heads on pikes. That's right. Appeals court on Saturday declined to clear the way for the Trump administration to expand fast-track deportations. Yes, Richard, it's the district of corruption. It is. So they declined to put a central part of the ruling on hold. U.S. District Judge Gia Cobb, who I don't know if you want to look into who Gia Cobb is, but just turns out that she's the sorority sister of Lisa DeCrook from the Federal Reserve, who committed mortgage fraud, and then she didn't recuse herself from that case. She stayed in on it. Why do my eyes look like I'm puffy? That's weird. What's going on? Oh. They have immunity like cops. Yeah, but they should not. I'm not talking about them getting arrested. I'm talking about them maybe getting removed from the bench. Like there should be a thing like if you get overturned so many times, they should be like, oh, you've been overturned 5 times in a year. You're gone. You're not a judge anymore. Something. Administration was unlikely to see. Both judges are appointed by Democrat presidents, cited serious risks. Yeah, that's weird how it's always, but Judge Naomi Rao, a Trump appointee, dissented and called Cobb's ruling impermissible judicial interference. Because it is. The department did not immediately respond to a request for comment, and the administration's appeal on the merits is scheduled to be heard on December 9th. For nearly 3 decades, expedited rules were used to quickly return illegal aliens to their home country. Yes. Policy mirrored one that Trump adopted in 2019 that Democrat Joe Biden later rescinded. The Trump policy was also challenged by immigration rights groups. Make the road to New York. What the fuck? Why would they have something called Make the Road New York? That doesn't make any sense. Are you having an allergic reaction? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to freak anybody out, but I am having like really bad chest pains right now. I hope I'm not having a heart attack. That'd be crazy, right? Have a heart attack live on stream in front of everybody. People have a TV understanding of what due process is. It's not always a full trial. Simple paper review is due process, especially for people not supposed to be here in the first place. Yes, due process is whatever the process proscribes. So, like, if it's just a hearing in front of an administrative law judge, or if it's who knows, but it's not. It's whatever it is. Oh, Steve says God was good to me today. Well, that's awesome. Yes, that would be horrible. Don't joke about that, Jim. I'm only half joking, to tell you the truth. I mean, seriously, I'm having like some sharp pains right here, and I don't know if it's just I pulled a muscle. Oh. Oh. Peace. You got nerd stuff to do. All right, take care. Okay. So I'm a little flushed. Do I have a way to check my blood pressure? Well, I have a blood pressure machine. It's in the other room. I don't you know. It is Christ the King Sunday. Yeah. We got this story. The Trump administration is advertising for deportation judges. Play it safe. Go grab a baby aspirin and some Tums. What is going on here? What is happening? Homeland Security. The Trump administration is advertising for deportation judges and its ongoing push to fill jobs and aid its mass deportation effort. What's it say? Remember how we lost? Oh, God. First, there were around 13 million plus illegals with the gotaways to pay taxes and contribute to Social Security. Yes. Yes. The right side of my face looks a little swollen. You guys are freaking me out. All right. Go get an aspirin and a Tums. All right. I'll be right back. I'll put Bella on stage for everybody. There you go. Oh, whatever. I'll just leave Bella on stage. Why not? Oh. There we go. Anyway, let me check my blood pressure real quick. Right here with everybody. Watching. Da, 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 da. Checking my blood pressure. 145 over 98. That is a little high. That is a little high, but not crazy. I mean, the bottom number is very high. 98 is pretty damn high for the bottom number. I don't know. We'll see. So hopefully, just, I don't know. The call for judges by the U.S. Department of Justice marks the latest step in an enforcement strategy that has spread from border cities to major metropolitan areas. Reflects an effort to speed up every step of the deportation process. Jiminy Crickets, you had all of us worried. I don't know. I mean, we will keep an eye on you. Well, thank you. Chest pains and blurry vision. Yeah. Are you a diabetic? No, I'm not diabetic or nothing like that. No, it was weird. It was just all of a sudden my eyes felt weird and I looked puffy and I was blurry vision and my chest started hurting and it was weird. It was very weird. Very odd. Strange. Mm-hmm. Okay. What's it say? I speak life over you in the name of Yahshua Messiah. Be careful, buddy. The grind can take a toll on you. I will. What's it say? Even worse, it's just a bad idea. 30 years is a way long already. 50 is insane. Oh, yeah, for mortgages, yeah. Bad idea, definitely. So, the call for judges by the U.S. Department of Justice marks the latest step in enforcement strategy that has spread from border cities to major metropolitan areas. It reflects an effort to speed up every process of the deportation process, from arrests to detentions to court rulings needed to remove people from the country. Department of Homeland Security amplified a recruitment effort on social media, urging attorneys to bring down the hammer on criminal illegal aliens. Posted on X. Defend your communities, your culture, your way of life. What? 140 over 98? Don't fuck around with that. Go to the hospital. Why is that? That's not that high, is it? That high? That's high? I didn't think that was that high. I had a severe case of pleurisy. I thought it was a heart attack just a few minutes. It was horrible. Yeah, I don't know. Could be all the Red Bull I drink too. I don't know. I drink a lot of Red Bull. Am I having headaches? No. Next time you take a baby aspirin, chew it. I saved my husband's life 9 years ago tomorrow by making him chew a few baby aspirin. He had an emergency quad within 12 hours. 120 over 80 is supposed to be normal. Yeah. Well, I mean, I did just walk though. Look at the normal range of BP. It's high. I know it's high, but I mean, I had a blood pressure. I mean, a couple I don't know what it was. Maybe about 2 years ago, I had where I something I just didn't feel right. I was sitting on the couch. I fell off, like I was sweating, all this stuff. I took my blood pressure, and it was like 210 over 150. And I went to the hospital, and they checked, and they said everything was, there was nothing wrong. They did all types of tests on my heart. I went to a cardiologist. They did all the stress tests and everything, and they said everything was fine. So I don't know. So no energy drinks. They kill your liver. Yeah, I'll check it again, and that Red Bull shit will kill you. Okay. All right. I'll check it again, and after I've been sitting, because really, because I had just sat down from walking. So according to the Google machine, 140 or 90 is considered stage 2 hypertension. Check with your doctor when you get a chance. Your color is still color, so I think you're okay for now. Your husband did all the same things. It's not that high. Yes, did you eat today? BP numbers have changed. I didn't really eat very much today. I had just had like a double cheeseburger with bacon from Burger King for dinner. That's what I had. Bacon double cheeseburger. That's it. Despite the label, deportation judges, the job description is standard for immigration judge roles. Hearing asylum and deportation claims, ruling on green card applications, and presiding over citizenship ceremonies. The administration says the hiring surge aims to reverse what it describes as a de facto amnesty under the previous administration and restore integrity to the courts. Get my gallbladder checked. I don't have a gallbladder anymore. It got removed 10 years ago. Do you his favor and smile? Okay. See? That's BS on the BP. Why are people giving such bad advice? Oh yeah, he's a nurse. It's a nurse. What? Red Bull is bad. I had a friend have a heart attack. Can't say why, but drinking a little bit of Red Bull. Google needs to change its numbers to the AMA standards. Look at they're not Google. I quit rebuilding when I came back from Iraq. Do you know? Tell because we care. It's fine, dude. I appreciate it. Oh my God, you guys are giving me a pain. Pain will increase your blood pressure. Your gallbladder grows back 80% of the time? Really? Oh, stop looking for medical advice. Take responsibility for yourself. Talk. Okay. It's fine. Well, Brian Oldenkamp's here. Hey, what's up, Brian? Nice to see you. Breck Nichols is here too. What's up? Good to see you guys. Oh, he said, I had a heart attack in 2020. I knew it was happening. Sweating bad, pain shooting the arm, chest pain, all the signs of it. Yeah, I thought I had a heart attack 2 years ago, but they said no, it was fine. Like, they did give me, when I went to the hospital and they looked at me and everything, they gave me, the nitroglycerin under my tongue and everything. And so, but then they're like, no, you didn't have a heart attack. I was like, all right. Now change the stream to Klepto Corner. The ad offers salaries ranging from $160,000 to $207,000 and a 25% hiring incentive for first-time federal employees, including courts in California. Applicants are told that they can help write the next chapter of America by defining American greatness for generations. Checking your smile to see if you're having a stroke symptoms. Oh, I think see? You have 3 stents now? Oof. I thought I said, but they did all that stuff. Which questions are you asking about? After 4 years of Biden administration forcing immigration courts to implement a de facto amnesty for hundreds of thousands of aliens, the Department of Justice is restoring integrity to our immigration system and encourages talented legal professionals to join in our mission, protect national security and public safety. That's good. Andrew Arthur, a former immigration judge and current resident fellow on law and policy at the Center for Immigration Studies, says the ad was regrettable but likely inadvertent phrasing. It's not the proper wording. They are not deportation judges. They do plenty of other things. Oh, Steve Hilliard says cocaine will make your heart stronger or something. So you're saying I should go get some cocaine. The DOJ hiring effort comes as the Trump administration is working to expand judges' ranks from about 800 to about 800 from 600 with funding from a massive spending bill passed by Congress. The union representing the judges said more than 140 judges have been fired, taking a government buyout, or been involuntarily reassigned since January when Trump took office. Well, yeah, because they weren't deporting people. They were granting everybody. About the gallbladder growing back. Yeah. Yeah, is that true? The gallbladder grows back? Because I've had my appendix taken out, my gallbladder taken out, and most science in the U.S. is false. Bayer performed the test to give aspirin during a heart attack, but no independent studies. That's it. Years ago, I thought I was having a heart attack. Went to the ER, found out I had acid reflux. Well, I've got really bad acid reflux. This is not. That's not what I'm feeling. I'm feeling like right here, like a pain. Nick Ricado will tell you that's a good move. Stay away from booger sugar. Glad Nick came back. Came out the other side. Okay. That's not a good mood. Okay. The new hiring blitz is part of the administration's efforts to chip away at the massive immigration court backlog. Since Trump took office, judges have reduced the backlog by more than 440,000 cases. Wow. The sharpest decline in the system's history. That's good. More than 3.7 million cases remain pending. We should just zip through those, like boom, boom, boom. Like, nope, just like this. Deportation. I have been in the business 42 years, and you learn about what really works. I parted with my gallbladder years ago. So did two of my siblings. Yeah, like actually, my bunch of people. My sisters both got rid of gallbladders. Both got taken out within a couple of years of me. My mom had lost hers previously. Other people in the family. The only thing is, I noticed when you lose your gallbladder, it could be that bacon cheeseburger for dinner. Yeah, it could be. Stop the energy drinks. Yes, I need to. With the gallbladder is if you eat rich food, like fatty foods with like butter, stuff like that, like any type of very rich foods. It's a problem because I don't know what it is with your gallbladder. Like maybe it's whatever maybe that breaks down that stuff. I don't know, but it seems like you get like upset. Like it doesn't sit with you well if you eat like very rich, rich foods like with butter, stuff like that, or greasy food. Does not sit well with you. The judge recruitment effort follows a broader expansion across the enforcement apparatus. Border Patrol and ICE have been running their own nationwide hiring drives, offering six-figure salaries in some roles, overtime pay, and bonuses aimed at filling thousands of vacant positions. What's it say? Pop like a peeps. What's up, Iowa backyard? Ken, nice to see you. Gallbladder breaks down fats. Yeah, that makes sense. Then that's why you have to stay away from fatty foods if you don't have a gallbladder. The National Association of Immigration Judges said the deportation orders are just one part of the job, but it's far from the entirety of our role. Audrey, you seem to be very aware and caring. Thanks for that. She's great. Audrey, all you guys are great. I appreciate it. You guys are all great. If the Department of Justice wants to strengthen recruitment, it might start with stopping the unnecessary firing of judges. Well, they're firing judges that aren't doing the job. And focus on making EOIR a place where talented, ethical professionals are supported, not driven away. Whatever. I'm going to say, no, if they're not doing the job, they got to go. We got this. Got this story. Zelensky says Ukraine is grateful for the efforts by the U.S. and the Trump administration. Well, that's great. Glad that they're grateful. That's great that they're grateful. We're great that they're grateful. They're very grateful for being great. Very grateful. Something. Full of greats. Greats full. Something. I don't know. Could be. Possibly. Anyway. Hey, what's up? We've been going for, I don't know. An hour and 30 minutes we've been going. We got only 87 likes and we got 145 people watching. So if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Hit the like, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And, consider possibly donating to the show so we can make it go another hour. Bella's not too worried. She will look after him. Oh, yes, thank you. You guys are all great. Screw Zelensky, yeah. I'm a research nurse now and study medical research. Well, that's great. That's great. The biggest pharma scare is cholesterol meds. Sorry about my background. Tells me I keep eating all the stuff I shouldn't. Sorry about making the show into health advice. That's all right, dude. The show is meant to derail. The show has no rails. President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Sunday that Ukraine was grateful to the United States and President Trump for all the efforts aimed at helping Kiev. Ukraine is thankful to the United States, to every American heart, and particularly to President Trump. for the help which, starting with the Javelin missiles, saves Ukrainian lives, Zelensky wrote on Telegram after Trump said Ukraine leaders had expressed zero gratitude for U.S. assistance. New sub in the ghetto. Okay, let's see. What do we got in the ghetto? Oh, Breck Nichols is now a monthly supporter in the ghetto. Well, thank you, Breck Nichols. Thank you. So that's $5, I believe. So that's $5 to come off. So we are now $50 away from first additional hour and 25 away from Bella. Well, actually, we're just 50 away. So yeah, we're just 50 away from the first additional hour now. Yeah. We already have Bellavision. I activated it because, well, some reason. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Breck Nichols, for becoming a member. Bella would eat Jim. No, I don't know if she would eat. She might, maybe, if she got hungry enough. It's possible. It's possible. So, Zelensky also expressed thanks to Europe and the G7 and G20 groupings for their help. And this is why we work so carefully on every point. Every step towards peace. Everything has to be worked out correctly so that we can truly end this war and prevent war from happening again. Wow. That's great. That's groovy. Oh, Breck Nichols for 20. Now on the Rumble says, Jim, I'm not a nurse, but I do have high blood pressure. Listen up. BP of 140 over 90 is considered stage 2 hypertension. Next level is severe hypertension. Ask our nurse, but I think I'm worried about a possible stroke. Now he ranted in the ghetto. I got it. Well, thank you so much for the 20. I will. I'm going to check my blood pressure here in a second. So just to double check. So right now we are 30 away from an first additional hour of the show. Just $30 away. That's stage 1, in my opinion. She was discharged on Monday and back in the ER on Wednesday night. One of the incisions was infected. Oh, man. Wow. Yes. Now he ran it in the ghetto. Low BP is much worse than high BP. Well, I used to always have very low blood pressure. Like when I would get it checked, they would be like, because it would be like my blood pressure would always be like 90 over 60 or something like that, or like 80 over 50. They'd be like, oh, that's whatever, but I don't know. This says Zelensky thanks Trump for support after criticism, but tries to distance Ukraine from the U.S. peace plan. I hate that they only let you type so much. Well, what's going on? Why is this quiet? What is happening? There we go. That's better. Damn cords. Dang cords. Starbucks strike. Yeah. So Ukrainian leader thanked President Trump for his ongoing support and says they're grateful. And he prays on the post. He hesitated to endorse the controversial. Why is it a controversial 28-point peace plan? Who says it's controversial? Yeah, so this is the plan. It says, here's the latest on the Russian-Ukraine peace deal. It says a 28-point blueprint plan to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Florida weather right now is awesome. Zelensky has a stockpile of U.S. cash thanks to Brandon. Yes, he does. You heard Nate was back in the hospital? I didn't think he was ever out of the hospital. I didn't think he got out yet. Hey, everyone in Bella. What's up, Trumpinator? Yeah, when your heart stops, it's too low. Yeah. What's to say? I'm sorry. I had a doctor tell me that I had a sinus infection. I told him I didn't feel like a sinus infection. I returned 3 days later. I had whooping cough. It's called a white coat syndrome. Yeah, for sure. Nate is home. Okay. He got home last night. All right. So officials question the plan as it's outlined, give territory to Russia and prevent Ukraine from joining NATO with nothing in return. The return is that there's you like the shirt? I like the shirt too. I love Fred Perry shirts. I've got numerous Fred Perry shirts. Marco Rubio insisted the plan was authored by the U.S. President Trump called out Ukraine for expressing zero gratitude. Zelensky appears to reject the idea. So here's right now, you see where the Russian military controlled all this area? So here, this is the map that, the map that Russia controls in a Russian-controlled area. Zaporizhia, Kherson, all this stuff. And so they're talking about giving this area here, they're talking about giving that back, even though they don't control it, so. Yeah. So, like, they're talking about the line. This is the line that they want it, the Russians want it to be, but this is where they're gonna, they should just go give it to the river and just be done with it. Limited Russian control, claimed Russian control. Russian annexed Crimea in 2014. Yeah, Donbass region. Yeah, so. Zelensky stressed the need for a dignified peace. Well, wouldn't it be more dignified to just have people stop dying? That area of the map labeled Russia, that's Russian-controlled area, yes. Tampa's getting beaten by the Rams. Well, that's terrible. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll check it again real quick. Under the U.S. proposal, Ukraine would have to give up the entire Donbass region, shrink its military, and commit to never joining NATO. Meanwhile, Russia would only have to concede small pockets of land it currently occupies and vow not to invade its neighbors. Okay, so Russia's going to give up land that it occupies. Following Sunday's meeting with the U.S. European leaders on Trump's peace plan, Zelensky said that the deal cannot reward Russia for invading Ukraine. I mean, what do you think is going to happen there? I don't get it. Nice. Mm-hmm. Ukraine is grateful to the United States and every American, and personally want to thank President Trump for the assistance. Zelensky hesitated to endorse the controversial plan. Yeah, Donbass is mostly Russian people as well. I don't get it. Wrist cuff, feet flat, no talking. Wrist should be at heart level. I don't have a wrist one. I have a regular old-fashioned arm cuff. I don't have a sphygmomanometer either. The crux of the entire diplomatic situation is that the Russians, and only Russia, that started the war. Well, I mean, it was kind of some. Now it says it's 110 over 87, which to me that's more scary because those two numbers are damn close to each other. To me, 110 over 87, because those two numbers getting closer together means there's no difference. It's fine. All right. It's important not to mention the main goal to stop Russia's war and prevent it from ever igniting again. Yeah. This one says Zelensky thanks Trump as U.S. leader accuses Ukraine of showing zero gratitude. Mm-hmm. And this is wow, did you guys see this stuff? This is interesting. You can see this stuff. This is a breaking out. Prominent DNC shill and professional MAGA hunter Ron Smith has been revealed to be a Kenyan, despite his claims of knocking on doors for Kamala, contributing to her campaign and encouraging others to do so. So there's this guy, see, right? Says, the enthusiasm surrounding this campaign is at levels never seen before. I'm knocking on doors and making calls. Oh, Ron Smith. Yeah, look at this. Based in Kenya. The Kenyan Android app. A vote for Harris is a vote for decency. You guys seen this? You guys notice this? There's nothing in this world more beautiful than the truth. Yeah. I can relate. Take it easy. I better come clean. My name is Dwayne and I'm based in Africa. Don't hate me. God bless Dwayne down in Africa. God bless the Dwayne down in Africa. Thanks for sticking to the song in my head. My bad, lame joke. Yeah. Cat Turret says, and he deleted his entire account. That's right. This guy deleted his entire account when he got caught. He is Obama's brother. 110 over 87 is way gooder. Prior to the war, yes. Donbass is not liked by Ukraine. I don't know why they want it since they bombed it. Yeah, they were bombing the shit out of it. That was part of the problem. sort of agree with Zelensky. You can't reward Russia, but you got to live in reality. Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, Toto, great stuff. They think Russia's just going to go give them all the land back and go back and go, oh, we died, we fought all this stuff to get this stuff, and now we're going to. It's not rewarding anybody. Rewarding it would be giving them the whole country. If Russia's going to cede territory that they're currently occupying, that's not rewarding them. They're giving stuff up. I don't know. That's my opinion. So basically, the Democrat army is nothing more than foreigners, bots, and paid agitators. The majority of people lean right. Once you realize all this, you can rise up as one and take our country back. We're finding out in real time, entire modern left is just smoke and mirrors. There's no left-wing voter base. All the elections are rigged and fake. All the liberal media outlets have no audience and are kept alive by USAID funding. All their politicians and political pundits are paid by USAID to say what the government wants. This whole thing was a house of cards. Yes. Yeah, because major propagandists, foreign propagandists, exposed after an X glitch reveals account locations. I don't know if it was a glitch or if it was on purpose. I think it was on purpose. Elon Musk did it. A temporary glitch on X led to a credibility bloodbath for a variety of foreign propaganda accounts that were either posing as Americans or lying about their locations in other ways. Days prior, the head of product, Nikita Brer, had announced a new feature revealing the origin and current location of users. When it rolled out, though, only account owners could view it. That all changed on Friday night, though, and what is assumed to have been a mistake, everyone's origins and current locations were made public for about an hour before disappearing. I don't see why they shouldn't be public all the time. You should know. If somebody's claiming all this stuff, and then it's like, oh, wait, but this guy's actually in China or India or Africa, and they're affecting politics in the U.S., seems like it's something that's a good thing. I don't see this as a bad thing. I see this as a good thing. What, swatting? No, you're not swatting people if they're saying that they're in, how are you swatting people if they're saying they're in Africa? Oh, look at this. Joe comes in for $2 and goes, here's to your 110 over 87 check again in 10 minutes. I was thinking 110 over 87 wasn't good, though. I think you'd want to be like 120 over 80 or something, or 125 over 70 or something. I thought you wanted those numbers to be far apart. That's what I thought. So now we're $28, just $28 away from the first additional hour of the show, of the extra show. It's a good show. Maybe they use VPNs. Okay, the difference with the VPNs is if you have an iPhone, or even I think it's the same with Android phones, so Android or Apple. When you go to the App Store, they disable the VPN. You could see it if you have an iPhone and you have a VPN on, and you go into the App Store, you'll see it pop across and go VPN off. The phone automatically deactivates the VPN, and I think it has something to do with them wanting to make sure they know what. If you're downloading apps, like certain apps are not allowed in certain areas. And I think to comply with laws in Europe, basically, I think it's European laws, they have to know where you're at before they let you install apps in the App Store. Because check it out for yourself. Put the VPN on your iPhone, because I use a VPN on my iPhone, but whenever I open the App Store, it comes right across, VPN deactivate, VPN off. It says VPN off, VPN on. It shuts the VPN on and off. Being uncomfortable or in pain can mess with your blood pressure. Swatting is sending the police to someone's house through a false police report. Making someone's country of origin public is not swatting. You should have about a 40-point difference between the top and bottom. That's a pulse pressure. If the pain is left of your chest, it's probably okay. The center chest, arm, and jaw points to heart. Well, thank you. Thank you for the information. Yes. Apple gets different money shared depending on the country. So yeah, maybe that's why they do it. But there's something with them where they automatically X did not disclose if it was App Store info. Yes, it did. That's what it said. It said App Store on the bottom. It would say Android app, Apple app for this location. That's what it said. If you don't sleep, your BP is high. Getting old sucks balls. It does. You have to be careful with the location screen caps without getting to see firsthand. Viva got caught. Viva caught a faked one. Oh. Okay. In one instance, it revealed that one of Hamas's biggest simps has been lying about being in Gaza. Ooh. Inside our tents, we're freezing. My children are trembling. Gaza is freezing. The above was posted when it was 65 degrees at night and 80 during the day, just to give you an idea of the kind of propaganda being spewed for years. The above account is claimed to be reporting from the ground in Gaza. He's made hundreds of posts pushing fake claims about genocide, famine. In reality, his account was created in the United Kingdom, and he's currently residing in Poland. Other computers use VPNs to use X. Yeah, no, if you're on a computer, but that's what I'm saying. But these things were saying, I put VPN on all my Army iPhone I manage at work. We use AnyConnect. I'm just saying, if you try it, hey, if Catherine K's here, what's up, Catherine K? Sorry I'm late. No problem. If I do it on my phone. If I click on anything, the VPN shuts off if I go into the App Store. I don't know. This punk who has been claiming to be posting from Gaza with the endless atrocity stories has actually been posting from Poland. So many liars. See this guy, Motsamana Dalalulu, says date joined December 2011 in the United Kingdom. Its account's based in Poland, connected via United Kingdom App Store, you see? So, because the App Store is dependent on what country you're in. Home of the stripper Poles. That's right. Poland has, all the strippers in Poland are Poles. That's because they're Polish strippers. Thought that was the striped pole. Could be. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Thank you very much for the $10, Lisa Dede. Thank you. With that, we are now just $18, just $18 away from the first additional hour of the show, because it's a really good show. I love the show. It's a really good show. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep. Address says, thank you. And I guess when he says he and his children were freezing, he forgot that he was still in Eastern Europe. He's not the only one who got exposed, though. A large number of other accounts that obsess over Israel and Jews, many claiming to be Americans, were also revealed to be foreign ops. Etan Fishburger. Here's a thread of prominent accounts that have been subverting the U.S. by flooding X with anti-American, anti-Israel, demoralizing, or Marxist content aimed specifically at Americans. Tell us more, Jim. Okay, I'm trying. I'm going to keep going. We're going to keep going. Oh, what's up, y'all? Still on my phone. KP, what's up? Nice to see you. Great to see you tonight. KPT. Several of them posed as Americans, but now the jig is up. Here's an example in the thread. Suppressed news. Date joined in North Africa. Account in North Africa. Verified in 2025. 7 username changes. I'm already loving this new feature. Israel exposed. Date joined October 2024 in Saudi Arabia. Strippers are de facto Jesuit. Account based in Saudi Arabia. Some Zionist propaganda. Israel's the problem. Oh, cool. The subversive foreign influencer account Junior Live is Canadian. He was lying about being American in order to interfere in our politics. Canada. Account based in Canada. Crazy, right? Crazy. What's with the name changes, Adam A Media? And how are things across the pond? This guy, Adam A Media, 2021 in the United Kingdom. United Kingdom App Store. There's a lot more examples, but what needs to be understood is that this is all coordinated. Foreigners, yes. Funny how no one is hyping Epstein today. It's weird, right? It is weird. Yeah. Hi, KPT. Hey, Pat. How you doing? It's weird how the whole Epstein thing kind of just fizzled out and went away. Especially since they're trying to get, the Trump administration is trying to get a judge to open up all the Epstein files. You know? Canadians hate Americans. Some do, some don't. Foreigners possibly funded by other governments are creating accounts using bots to game the algorithms to gain notoriety. Then they use those platforms to push vile content under banner of America First. Every bit of it's meant to demoralize and divide Americans, specifically the Republican Party. Here's Nazi hunters. Account, counter APAC. Account slogan, America first. Account base, Egypt. Wow. Joined in Canada, account based in Egypt. Egypt Android app. All the stuff you've been hearing about a civil war within the GOP was astroturfed by accounts like the ones posted above. They want you to think it's all spiraling and that they're winning hearts and minds. It's fake. It always has been. It's like that thing with the astronauts and they're holding the gun and he's looking at the Earth. He's like, it's always been fake. He's like, always has been. Yeah, Canadians are just jealous. Hey, Gary Goose, what's up, man? How you doing tonight? Great to see you. Gundam Zig says someone was hunting all the porn bots and found that they were mostly India. I could believe that. There's a guy who has an app. I saw him. He was on the Dick Show. Came on to promote his app called Jeet Block or something like that, or Jeet Blocker, where you can pick. Basically, it's a thing that blocks accounts on like X and other thing, and you just pick what country you want to block, and it just blocks all the people from that country. Remember that you continue to browse social media. Foreign entities are gaming the system to try to diminish American exceptionalism and influence. And for now, they find trashing Israel and Jews as convenient dividing line. But this is really about destroying the Western civilization and ushering in Islamization. Don't be a sucker who falls for it. Editor's note. Oh, wow. Brian Oldenkamp with 10 gifted memberships. It says Stuckinia received a gifted membership. Apex Comics received the gifted memberships. Faith received the gifted memberships. Noob Dad received a gifted membership. A Newtown, Roy Gain, Wellesley, Ito, Jay Santiago, and Mega Stank all received a gifted membership from Brian Oldenkamp. Thank you, Brian Oldenkamp. And with that,
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
thank you, Brian. That's $60 right there. And with that, folks, I was going to tell you for Member November, that actually puts us, we are now just 20 memberships away from being able to add another emoji to the emojis. Right now we have 20 emojis. As soon as we get 20 more members, that'll get 300 members on the channel, and we will be able to have 21 emojis. So we'll be able to get a new Bella emoji of some sort. Just saying. But thank you, Brian. That is awesome. Wow. All right. And so with that, we are now, let's see, I have to do some math here. So that's 42. So 75, that's 35. $33 away from a second additional hour, I believe. We are now out. And Brian goes, okay, I'll just give you the 20.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow. Thanks, Brian Oldenkamp. That's awesome. Let's see who got those. Wow. They give it 20 now. So we got No Filters got one. Shannis got one. Raven got one. Hofster got one. Bushmaster got one. Scott 6089 got one. Laserbiz got one. D's Nuts got one. Gina YU19 got one. Pranvat Gulati got one. Rock the Casbar got one. Gen X Boomer got one. Salty Sean Salter got one. Salty C. Echo Victor 6 got one. Pastor Flash got one. Simply Rose got one. Clark Kevin B got one. Let's see who else. Audra, yours says you're amazing. Gene Rogers got one. Leroyd X got one. McHugh got one. Brian, Jim can't do the math. Oh, I can do the math. I got it. I got it. I got the math. I got the maths all comings. Yes, I got the math. Still a peasant. Thank you. That's right. Thank you so much. I can do the math. When multiculturalism was introduced, it became amazing exotic culture. Quebecer white supremacists. Yes. Yes. Wow. So with that, then, so that's 120. All right. So that's 100 minus 13. I can't do the math. This is retarded. I'm going to pick a pen and pencil out to do the math on this now. Wow. I think this is right. I think that now puts us that we are now just $12 away from a third additional hour. Unless I did my math wrong. I think that's right. Jim's got to take his socks off. I think that's right. $13? Is it $13? All right. I did it backwards then. I thought it was 12. It's 13. All right. So yeah, we are currently $13 away from a third additional hour. So as of right now, we got at least 2 hours more of show to go. If we hit $13, we'll have 3 hours more. We will take 12. Well, I had 12, and then someone told me no 13. So I don't know which one it is now. I'm running out of changes. But yeah, so let's see here. Yeah, so video. If I come over here, hold on. Let me do this. See all members. Yes, we have 300 members now. 300 members. So if I go like this, the badge emoji. I can add another emoji. Upload. Let me go over here. Thumbnails. Downloads. No, downloads. Thumbnails. Emojis. Let's see. Oh, wait. Place the image. Sorry. I gotta do something. All right. I think I got it. It'll take me a minute. I'm sorry. I should have had this ready. I didn't think it was going to happen tonight. I had to add a quick emoji in there, just a placeholder to, I can't count past 10. Yes. Use my abacus. Abacus! I used to love this show where these guys would throw abacuses. Tampa Bay could have saved so much money by actually doing something. Yeah. So don't be a sucker who falls for it. That's right. Don't be a sucker. Mm-hmm. Yes, right here. It says the great hoax. Millions of Americans duped by thousands of fake activists running propaganda from Iran, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Look at them all. Wow. It's all there. Mm-hmm. A bombshell revelation shocked X today. Exposes one of the most vast coordinated foreign influence operations masquerading as a grassroots American activism. For years, millions of Americans unknowingly engaged with political content that was not American at all, but manufactured abroad by troll farms, foreign propagandists, and anonymous operators posing as U.S. citizens. A new X features reveals the accounts posing as Gazan victims, American activists, MAGA, amplified by major newsrooms like the New York Times, were actually foreign ops flooding X with anti-American, anti-Israel, and pro-Hamas propaganda. Yes. Wow. And we just want to go back, double check and say this to Brian Oldenkamp. Thank you so much, Brian Oldenkamp. Brian Oldenkamp with 30 memberships today. He gave us. That's a lot of money right there. And put us at 300 memberships now. 3 for Mo Member November. That's right. Mo Member November. We are at 300 members. 300 members. Wow. Wow. Usually check them on Jew or not Jew. Well, I don't know. Is there a site that actually does that? Okay. So what millions believed was grassroots sentiment was in fact a coordinated foreign influence campaign, a foreign psyop. Yes, we were all a victim of a foreign psyop, man. That's crazy, ain't it? Crazy, a foreign psyop. Thousands of accounts have been exposed as X's knew about this account feature, which displays the country of origin based on sign-up IP, App Store data, and activity patterns. This rollout starting around November 22nd has revealed the true country of origin for many profiles claiming to be U.S. or Gaza-based, but operating from countries like India, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, especially among MAGA-aligned influencers and anti-Israel pages. Wow. That's what you call that's what you call some shit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. New transparency tools on Act have now revealed that some of the platform's biggest influencers shaping debate. Mm-hmm. 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 We're actually based in Australia, India, Pakistan. Yeah, so they're talking about this, and then they're talking about American decline. We're actually based in Austria, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, UAE, Iran, and not the United States. I wonder how many were monetized. Well, like we know for a fact, James Lindsay isn't from India. Yeah, that guy, what's his name? That one guy, the guy from Malaysia. What the fuck's his name? Hey, Debbie's here. What's up, Debbie Muzzy? How you doing? Great to see you. Yeah. Night, Marlene. It's because the entire app realized they've been falling for highly organized Islamic propaganda. Half of the American First accounts were based in Bangladesh. X paused the account location feature for an unknown reason. Yep, that's the fucking guy. I couldn't remember his name. Ismail Chungus. Chungus. Yeah, Chungus. That fucking guy. Ugh. Well, this might take the cake. American. Date joined March 2007. Account based in Pakistan. One username since August 2018. Connected via the Pakistan App Store. So many accounts attacking President Trump and trying to smite MAGA are not even America. Everything makes sense now. So it turned out a large chunk of the Jew-hating crowd were foreigners posing as Americans. It's almost like the woke right is just an astroturfed foreign op to fracture MAGA from within. Odds are the worst non-Muslim Jew haters I have ever encountered. Aussies. Maybe they're Aussies. Ian Michael Chongas is apparently in the UAE. I thought he was in Malaysia. So is that a fake account? Israel derangement syndrome is a psyop to make Trump supporters turn on him. The wildly popular Republicans Against Trump account with nearly 1 million follows turns out to be run out of Austria. Dubai chocolates is greater than Toblerone. Oh, that's gross, dude. That's gross. It's like the Dubai porta potty. That's gross. So did I, yeah. Yet another anti-Trump account, Republicans Against Trump, has been identified as a foreigner who claims to have voted for both Biden and Kamala, even though he's from Austria, despite trying to hide his location with a VPN. More like foreigners against Trump. Yeah, I thought he was in Malaysia, too. The Swiss are screwed if they can't make chocolate better than Dubai. Audrey, yeah. Dubai chocolate, very nice. Yeah, Republicans Against Trump. Yeah. We're Republicans and we're voting for Kamala Harris. Date joined 2020 in Austria. It says account based in the United States with a question mark. Connected via web. So that must mean that's what that question does. So they're using a VPN to try to claim they're in the U.S., even though it was started in, what's it say? Many Groyper accounts are Bangladesh and Pakistan. Doesn't surprise me. I tried a little $2 Dubai chocolate. It's pretty good, but way overpriced. Chungus account now reports UAE, but it was verified long ago. He was in Malaysia when he swatted the guy who had his dog killed. Bet he moved to the money. Yeah, probably. Groypers are propped up by people. Yeah, well, who never supported Trump. Yeah. Well, I mean, Fuentes never really supported Trump, did he? That I could tell? I mean... Or they're CIA based in those countries. It could be. That could be it too. Investigators estimate up to 90% of the Gaza genocide spam, anti-Republican rage bait, and demoralizing propaganda targeting American comes directly from troll farms in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the UAE and Iran. Wow, a viral Gaza journalist raising money for her starving family is not Gazan at all. She's based in India. The Gaza lie exposed. New X feature ripped the mask off of countless fake Gazan accounts. Some chap posting from Pakistan, another in London, another manipulative abuser somewhere else, all claiming the suffering in Gaza while in comfort in coffee shops far away. Big talk about it today across conservative commentaries. Yeah, I mean, surprise, surprise, surprise. Gaza-based journalist based in Poland. What a surprise. The Times of Gaza is not in Gaza at all. Thank you, Elon Musk, for exposing these fraud. Based in the East Pacific and Asia. Palestine. East Asia Pacific. North African App Store. Wow. Jim, are you Jewish? I was raised Catholic. One of the most outspoken Palestinian accounts who raised money for a starving family in Gaza is based in India. We are not enemies to anyone. We are Palestinians fighting for food, shelter, and a place to live. Account based in India. Well, that's a weird-shaped head. Egypt puts up a wall to keep the Palestinians out. Yes, they do. Luciferian militant inducted corruption is the problem, and it's not a race, religion, ethnicity, or nationality, so knock it off. Jim is Italian. All the most prominent Palestinian accounts are being exposed nonstop. Oh, based in North Africa. I mean, North Africa is kind of close to there, really. I mean, Egypt's in North Africa. Libya is in North Africa. So, I don't know. I mean, thousands of Palestinian accounts posting daily about starvation are not in Gaza. We've been manipulated for over 2 years. I am Mariam, a 7-year-old from Gaza. Please save me and my family. Account based in Qatar. Connected via the United Kingdom App Store. What do you know? Most popular war journalist is based in Indonesia. Oh, Mohammed Smiri. A Palestinian born and raised and based in Gaza. I tweet about my life under occupation. PayPal me. Oh. Wow. What kind of freaks follow Fuentes? I don't know. The show location feature has officially proved that pro-Israel accounts are authentic and pro-Palestinian accounts are a scam. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't really prove that. You know, you're just even with the massive Iran military monitor claiming to broadcast from Tehran and boasting 1.6 million followers is actually run by a Canadian. Wow. Turns out he's Canadian. Incredible. Iran military monitor. These accounts pumped out fake dead child images, recycled war clips, AI-generated atrocity photos, and nonstop psychological manipulation designed to inflame Americans and destabilize political discourse, all while posing as earnest U.S. activists. Wow. I just purged 16 bots from my account with a new location feature. 28 followers now. Living the dream. Goddamn Cambodians, though. Yeah. I've been stuck. I don't know why on X. Like, I'm going to tell you something. They changed something on X because back in 2015, 2016, I had more followers on X than I do now. I mean, it got like whacked down, like very low. Like I went from like 6,000 down to like just over 1,000. And then now it's just slowly coming back up again. Like, I don't know what goes on. Young idiot freaks follow Fuentes who hate Israel and believe Trump is the problem and not obstructed by Congress, Powell, and radical judges. Yeah, well. All the Gazans on this platform have been revealed as Muslims from Nigeria, Pakistan, Indonesia, and other Muslim countries. Hilarious. Well, it's kind of like, how would the Gazans in there, if they don't have, how would they be using cell phones anyway from there? You know, a lot of stuff, it's kind of weird to think. You know, Nigerian App Store, Indonesia. In a couple of hours, we'll be rolling out this account globally, allowing you to see the country and region where an account is based. This will be accessible by tapping the sign up date on the profiles. It's an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town. Like, I think this is a good idea. I think this is a great idea. I think this will really work out for everybody. You know, it's not like doxing them to just say what country they're in, right? Nikita Bear, 2 usernames. The result, millions of Americans, including media outlets and influencers, amplified foreign ops without realizing they were participating in someone else's information war. Well, what happened is that CNN should maybe go knock on people's doors like they did to that woman who signed up to some Facebook account that was set up by, Russians, supposedly. Starlink and solar panels. Yes, definitely. Undermining American institutions, flooding X with anti-Israel disinformation, pushing Marxist or other extremist narratives, demoralizing U.S. voters, sparking division across political, racial, and religious lines. What appears to be viral activism wasn't activism at all. It was transnational psychological operation targeting Americans on their own turf. Get ready for the Fuentes crash out. Most of the accounts are fake. Would be nice to have a bit of honesty on the internet for a change. It would be, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice to have some honesty on the internet for a change? Honesty on the internet for a change. That would be nice. Be very nice. Very, very, very nice. Thoughts on Owen Schroyer recently? I don't know. He's starting to look like somebody recently. Fake accounts, fake locations, fake stories, real influence. The biggest question now is, will the mainstream media cover the largest foreign influence scandal in years or ignore it because it exposes the narrative they eagerly repeated? Because one thing is certain, the jig is up. Yeah, Reverend Jordan Wells, look at this. Breaking massive expose on X reveals that 50% of the most vicious anti-Israel hate and genocide rhetoric is coming from foreign-based accounts, overwhelmingly Muslim users flooding the platform. Translation: the Laoists from the river to the sea chanters aren't even American. Most Americans aren't buying the Nazi 2.0 blood libel against Jews. It was never the majority. It was always a coordinated noise campaign from people who openly celebrate death to America in the same breath. The silent majority got receipts. Here's a thread of prominent accounts that have been subverting the U.S. by flooding X with anti-American and Marxist propaganda. Guys like, you live in Saudi Arabia, you live in Saudi Arabia. Fan Miss Rachel at songs. Wow. How would they do a Miss Rachel thing? That's crazy. You're not hearing shit. You're in Krakow. All I hear is F-35 and a tense bomb south. People just lie, man. Just so many lies. So many lies. Wow. And we got this story, which is interesting. Alex Soros fled to Niger. Soros' IP address revealed by the new X feature. Niger does not extradite to the U.S. Wow. Alex Soros. This Alex Soros guy. Account based in Niger. Son of far-left billionaire, philanthropist, Democrat megadonor George Soros has been revealed to be posting on social media from Niger, a country that does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. Wow. The new feature uses IP address geolocation to show other users the current country someone is operating their account from. According to Grok AI X, formerly Twitter, rolled out a new transparency tool called About This Account in late November. Starting around November 21st, the feature adds a dedicated section to the user profiles that reveals key details about an account's history and origin, helping users verify authenticity and spot potential bots, fake profiles, or foreign influence operations. It's designed to combat misinformation by making it easier to address whether an account's claims, like location in its bio, align with its actual data. Many fake accounts are being discovered to be based in foreign countries like India, Pakistan, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Eastern Europe. But Alex Soros' account shows he's based in Niger. Huh. It's unclear what the shady billionaire is doing in Niger, one of the poorest and most underdeveloped countries in the world, and a neighbor to Nigeria, where Christians are facing a genocide. Users on X noticed the interesting coincidence. Allow me to explain. Niger doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States. Probably nothing. Ban Soros from the U.S. Yes, definitely. Well, Alex Soros definitely isn't fucking his much older wife. Maybe he's down there fucking some Africans. It's possible. Not buying. Yeah. Maybe one of Elon's best innovations. Maybe this might be one of Elon's best innovations. Maybe that's what that's supposed to say. Yes, maybe. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 the party never done it want to do but do. You could see the biggest gift would be from me. La 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 la. Thank you for being in Nigeria. Probably nothing. Yes. Niger. Mm-hmm. Perhaps because Niger doesn't have an extradition treaty. George Soros' Open Society Foundation have funneled money to bankroll many dark money projects and radical left movements to destabilize conservative governments and place radical left globalists in power. He's also the puppet master behind the lawfare against Trump, election interference, and chaos across the country. Alex Soros currently serves as the chairman and of the board of directors of the Open Society Foundation. Notably, the Jewish billionaires have funded countless instances of violent riots, including anti-Israel movements, Black Lives Matter, and other leftist projects. He's working with the Nigerian princes to send us all the money we've inherited. Well, that's great. $5 says he's making Epstein Island 2.0. Could be. President Trump called for Soros and his son, Alex, who have been prominent figures in the Democrat Party, to be charged with RICO Suave because they support the violent protests and much more throughout the United States of America. We're not going to allow these lunatics to rip apart America anymore, never giving it so much as a chance to breathe and be free, the president said. Be careful, we're watching you. Somebody's watching me. Oh, can't you see? I wonder if this will put VPNs out of business. No, because is Dan Crenshaw a WEF member? I believe so. It's been a diverse and interesting thread tonight. Well, you have to go after the entire WEF. Well, I think so. That's what you need to do. Trump calls for Soros and them to be charged under RICO for funding violent protests. All right. Okay. We got this story here. We need to manage expectations about the Epstein files release, says a former FBI operative. The Justice Department requests to unseal the Epstein-Maxwell grand jury records. Uh-oh. Here, Bella Barkin? Bella Barkin. Mm-hmm.
Welcome back. Welcome to the Conversation Corner. So happy to be here. The order to release the Epstein files, now law, but it contains exceptions. What are they, and what are the survivors and the public at large now likely to discover? Former FBI counterintelligence agent Eric O'Neill joins me now. He has extensive experience, high-profile investigations, including the one that led to the arrest of Robert Hanssen, the former FBI agent convicted of spying for Russia. There's a spectacular podcast on that called Agent of Betrayal. You'll recognize
Thanks,
the voice.
Dan. You make me feel better.
Eric, it's great to see you.
Phone died. You're back at the drinking at the VFW, heading home soon.
There's this
All right, cool.
expectation that all this stuff is going to tumble out of the
Dan Crenshaw,
Alex
Stein Interaction must watch.
Department. You're skeptical of that. Tell my audience why.
Well, Major, we really need to manage expectations because a lot of the information that I think people really want to see, the ones that will help inform or deny all the conspiracy theories that have surrounded this case for all these years, are probably not going to be things people see. And the reason for that
it's time to take our blood pressure again.
Categories of information that will lead to redactions. And I've done this on both sides. I've been undercover. I worked as an FBI investigator, and I did the redactions way back when. And back then, I'm dating myself, you used this heavy black marker, and you went over every line. Right. And the training was over-redact. Because the last thing you want to do is inadvertently disclose something that goes to the public that you can never take back. Okay. And I've been on the other side as a national security attorney, fighting the government and saying, you over-redacted, because I know you do.
We need to know more.
Exactly. So here, what I think is that there are buckets of information that are going to lead to redactions of maybe the juiciest things, but people like me or others who have done this on either side will be able to read between the lines a little, at least to see what the DOJ is pursuing and what maybe they left behind.
And do you think anything that is disclosed could lead to prosecutions that have yet to be launched?
So I think some of the things that we won't see will be related to ongoing investigations. That's probably the biggest bucket.
But let me stop you there, because on July 7th, this Justice Department said there is no predicate for any future investigation into any co-conspirator.
And that actually shocked me. I can't understand that. We know there are victims.
They said 1,000, which was a number so much higher, Eric, than people who were deeply read.
130 over 90.
Imagine. They thought maybe
That's
even
not
300s,
bad.
400s.
I don't think.
1,000, like what?
Exactly.
And no future investigation?
So there have to be investigations. If there weren't before, I'm sure there are now, that this disclosure is going to happen. It would be embarrassing for the Justice Department to disclose their investigation and all their documents and show nothing open predicated on this incredible crime. I mean, this isn't just, some criminal enterprise. This is children who were sexually assaulted.
Groomed, recruited, and then assaulted.
Exactly. That's one of the most heinous crimes I can think of. That's trafficking in children. So I would hope that there is something in there, some underlying information that would suggest that there are ongoing investigations that are being pursued.
And Eric, there's a lot of noise around all the money that swirled around the Jeffrey Epstein financial empire. And that money might have been used to finance what you just described. Is that a punishable offense?
Well, certainly.
Okay. What do you have to establish to make it punishable?
Well, you just have to show the nexus, that the fact that the empire was used to do this. Now, Epstein, he's done.
Right.
He took his own life, and he's gone. But we would be looking for co-conspirators in the case. Now,
and there's financial records and money to follow, which is what Ron Wyden, the Democratic ranking member of the Finance Committee, keeps saying: follow the money.
Follow the money, right? But we also don't know what actually is there. We've seen a lot of emails,
right?
But we don't know the underlying facts, and we don't know the aim or the goals of the investigation. And here's the other thing that I think is going to upset people. Most of those deliberations by the Justice Department will be legally privileged. Now, what you do, I was a general counsel for years, anytime you're going to have those high-level deliberations, you throw a lawyer in it.
Right.
And then you can maintain the legal privilege, especially if there are conversations between the DOJ and the FBI. You're also not going to see anything related to cooperating witnesses. So, let's say they're pursuing. I would be shocked if we're not going to see some evidence that they're pursuing investigations, right? And they found someone who said, hey, I know a lot of the facts and give me immunity, and I'm
Yeah. The Justice Department requests to unseal Epstein Maxwell grand jury records. The Justice Department on Friday asked the court to unseal the grand jury transcripts in the sex trafficking case of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and his associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, we were talking about blood pressure, Anthony, because earlier I felt weird, like I was seeing something weird, and then I felt like my eyes, like it looked like my eyes were puffy, and I was having some chest pains, and so I want to check my blood pressure. Everyone told me check my blood pressure, so I did, and I took a baby aspirin and everything. So anyone into politics has high blood pressure. Yeah. So the motion filed in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida by Pam Bondi follows a congressional passage this week of the Epstein File Transparency Act, a bill that compels the Justice Department to release all unclassified records related to the Epstein within 30 days. In light of the Act's clear mandate, the court should authorize the Department of Justice to release the grand jury transcripts and lift any pre-existing protective orders that would otherwise prevent public disclosure, the Justice Department wrote in its motion. It stated that it would make appropriate redactions of victim-related and other personal identifying materials. Hail all outside listening. Check your pulse. I don't know how to check my pulse. The motion, which was signed by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and U.S. Attorney Jason Quinones, he has big cojones down there, asked the court to lift any and all pre-existing protective orders that would prevent the department from complying with the act. The Justice Department filed an expedited ruling giving the Epstein Act 30-day deadline. Oh, I can check your pulse. Let me take your pants off. All right. President Trump's been against, what's it say? President Trump, who at one time had a friendship with Epstein, oh, come on, fuck you, dropped his opposition. In 2019, a New York grand jury indicted Epstein on child sex trafficking charges about 5 weeks before he was found dead. His death was later ruled a suicide. If you buy that, I got a bridge to sell you. New York federal grand jury indicted Maxwell, Epstein's former partner, of conspiracy to help facilitate and operate his sex trafficking ring. She was convicted in December of 2021 and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Oh. What is going on with Bella? Like hanging, look at her head hanging off the bed there. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. This marks the latest attempt by the Justice Department to unseal Epstein and Maxwell grand jury records. In August, a New York judge denied a similar Justice Department request to unseal grand jury material in the Maxwell case, arguing that anyone who reviewed these materials expecting based on the government's representations to learn new information about Epstein and Maxwell's crimes and the investigation into them would come away feeling disappointed and misled. There is no there. Epstein, a wealthy financier known for his connections to political elites and high-profile people, was under federal probes for decades after allegations of sex trafficking in 2008. Like Snoopy on the doghouse, yes. And then he pleaded guilty in Florida on state charges of solicitation and prostitution in exchange for having a federal case against him dropped. He served 13 months in county jail and had to register as a sex offender. The Epstein case received renewed attention starting in July when the Justice Department released a 2-page memo stating that a systematic review had revealed Epstein had incriminating client list and that no credible evidence found that a systematic review had revealed that Epstein had no incriminating client list. They mean there was an incriminating evidence on Trump. Maybe. If there was incriminating evidence on Trump, why wouldn't a Biden or anybody have released it before? No credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Hey, what do you know? What's KPT? Let's thank you, KPT, for the $13 on PayPal. Wow. Thank you. So with that, where are we at here? Banner? Yes.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, with that, we hit another goal. So now we are at $75 for a 4th additional hour of the show. Wow, just like that. Thank you, KPT. Thank you, KPT. Put your index finger and middle finger across the side of your neck or thumb side of a wrist. Trump busted Epstein and he baited the system into wanting this. Reverse psychology. Yes. I'm going outside to having a cigar. Oh, well, have one for me. Have 2. You guys like my new hairdo? I'm doing the don't use your thumb. It has its own pulse. I know about that. But I'm doing the Brandon Johnson look. You see? You finally made it back home. Well, thanks, KPT. And thank you for the $13 and getting us to the next hour. Wow, we got 165 people watching on YouTube, 117 likes. That's great. Everybody hit the like button. Cool. Get it going. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Yes. Wow, we got about 2 hours and 20 minutes to go for the show right now. The memo, which prompted an outcry from Epstein accusers, came after Bonnie had said in February of the interview that the Epstein client list was sitting on my desk right now. I don't think she said the Epstein client list. I thought she said the Epstein files were sitting on her desk. I thought that's what she said. Several batches of Epstein-linked documents have been intermittently released throughout the years. The latest such release occurred this month when a tranche of tens of thousands of pages were released by both the House Democrats and the House Oversight Committee. That's it? That's all you got? That's all you got on that, huh? And, this just says, Epstein bill requires Florida judge to release the grand jury transcript, according to Bondi. Okay, well, we'll see. Hopefully they do it then. And this just says, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette says the Justice Department again asked for Epstein grand jury testimony to be unsealed. Okay. Oh, here we go. We kind of talked about this the other night a little bit, but this came up again. I saw this, so I wanted to come up. So it says, Texas men charged in plot to invade Haitian Island, kill all men, and take women as sex slaves, and use DC homeless as mercenaries. This is an insane story. Like, this is so insane. Like, homeless mercenaries. Have anybody seen Bugs Bunny copyright infringement? Yeah. Haven't they seen what the people in Haiti look like? Haitian women? 2 men from North Texas were indicted for plotting to invade an island belonging to Haiti, murder all the men on the island, and then force the women and children to be their sex slaves. Gavin Rivers Weinsberg, as well as Tanner Christopher Thomas, 21 and 20, were indicted on federal grand jury charges with conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country, as well as the production of child pornography. Well, Bonnie is a fraud. She's a Bush lover. Why would he place her there, fire her? Yeah, beautiful cat. I have a feeling it was Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles. According to federal authorities, between August 2024 and July 2025, Weisenberg and Thomas are alleged to have conspired to recruit and lead an unlawful expeditionary force to the island of Gonave, which is part of the Republic of Haiti, for the purpose of carrying out their rape fantasies. The population on the island is approximately 100,000. They had planned to get a sailboat, bring weapons, and recruit members of the District of Columbia area homeless population to be mercenaries in order to invade the Gonave Islands of Haiti and enact their own coup. Joe said, don't eat Bugs Bunny. Oh, no. I get it now. Joe said, don't eat Bugs Bunny. Don't eat the bugs, Bunny. They intended to murder all the men, and so they can turn to women and children. This is just like the pair of men made a number of overt actions on the plot, including learning Haitian Creole, recruiting others, as well as enrolling in schools to get skills needed to carry out the plan. Thomas also enlisted in the military for this purpose. If convicted on conspiring to murder those in a foreign country, they could face life in prison. If convicted on the child porn charges, they could each face 15 to 30 years. Like, this is just like a mind-blowingly wild story. Like, am I reading the Quran? No. Are you reading the Quran? Imagine the Caribbean if we never brought the Africans there. Sorry, I was just picturing paradise. Yeah, same thing here. Texas men plotted coup to take Haitian women and children. Federal prosecutors say 2 Texas men made plans to take over a Haitian island. Hey, that's my idea. What gives? He joined the Air Force. MK Ultra, yes. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. Like, I don't understand it. It's even in Fox News. 2 Texas men charged and plot to invade Haitian island. Crazy. Texas creeps indicted in wild plot to invade tiny island and kill the men. It's just nutso. Accused pedophiles plan to purchase a sailboat. Did they purchase a sailboat? I mean, how can they purchase a sailboat? All right, now we're going to talk about a little bit on, since we're in the Caribbean, we're going to go a little further south, talk about the Venezuelan. You take what you can sometimes. Ugh. Wake up, Bella. Jim tells you something to say to you. Okay. She's just chilling there. The U.S. considers dropping leaflets in Venezuela as it ramps up pressure on Maduro. Worst case scenario, you collapse while streaming. Who can help you? Doubt the grandson would be a good first responder. Hopefully you have sent someone close to you. You might not be feeling well. I haven't told anybody I'm not feeling well. And actually, I'm the only one here. There's no one here. It's just me and Bella tonight. It's me and Bella. Defective banana boats. Yes, defective banana boats. Psychological operations. Yes. So officials in the Trump administration on Saturday discussed the possibility of dropping leaflets on Venezuela's capital city of Caracas as it seeks to weaken the regimes of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Among the potential avenues to discuss regarding operations for Venezuela was dropping U.S. leaflets on Caracas as kind of a psychological warfare to pressure Maduro. Multiple U.S. officials familiar with the talks told CBS News. The operation, which has not yet been authorized, could possibly take place Sunday, which is Maduro's 63rd birthday. The Washington Post was first to report on the proposed leaflet operation. He joined the Air Force for combat skills, and I'm a U.S. Air Force retiree. Yes. Banana boat recall. Mm-hmm. Over the past few months, the U.S. has ratcheted up the pressure on Maduro in multiple ways, including an extensive military buildup in the region, live fire exercises, and strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific. When asked Monday, President Trump said he wouldn't rule out sending U.S. troops into Venezuela. No, I don't rule that out. I don't rule out anything. We just have to take care of Venezuela. For his part, Maduro said on the same day, said that he would open to a face-to-face discussion with Trump. Yes. Come to the U.S. and talk to him and see what happens. Last month, Trump also confirmed he was authorizing the CIA to go into Venezuela and conduct covert operations. The Pentagon has conducted at least 21 strikes since early September, killing at least 80 people. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said the strikes are designed to target cartels and drug traffickers, though it has not provided evidence that the It has not provided evidence that the vehicles struck were carrying drugs. I saw the fucking pictures. I saw the videos. You could see the bales of drugs in the boats. You could see it. I saw it with my eyes. I have seen it with my own eyes. That's all the evidence I need. There's currently 15,000 U.S. troops in the region. A Navy official told CBS News last week that the U.S. had 4 military ships in the Western Atlantic, including the carrier and 3, the U.S. Gerald Ford carrier, the most advanced aircraft carrier in the world, and 3 guided missile destroyers. It also has 7 military warships in the Caribbean, the official said, which included 2 guided missile destroyers, 2 guided missile cruisers, an amphibious assault ship, and a partridge in a pear tree. Jim, are you growing a spike? I thought so. I don't know what you're talking about. What's up? About Smartmatic voting systems in the CCP. Okay, cool. Phishing subs, yeah. 4 people per strike. Lol. Come on, man. A Mohawk. Yes, see? Yes. There's also several dozen U.S. fighters stationed in Puerto Rico. Maduro, who has led Venezuela since 2013, faced an international outcry when he declared victory in the presidential elections in July 2024, despite results showing he had lost by a large margin to the opposition candidate. Yes. Maduro was elected via the Smartmatic system. These boats were not on a day cruise. Rigged. Yes, we know it was rigged. We know it was rigged against Maduro. Wow. Wow, we peaked out at 170 viewers on YouTube. That's good. That was good for me. Boomers need to grow spiked hairdos to scare the Venezuelans. Yes. The U.S. is one of several nations that does not recognize him as Venezuela's president. The Trump administration has accused him of operating a cartel that funnels drugs into the U.S. and has offered a $50 million reward for information leading to his arrest. Well, that's good. Let's arrest his ass. Trump is pissed. He's pissed. Yes, he's pissed off. Trump is pissed off. You know what they say, though? It's better to be pissed off than pissed on. It's the same story here. Soros connected to. It says U.S. plans to drop leaflets over Venezuela's campaign against the president. The proposed psychological operation to drop leaflets publicizing the $50 million reward. So they're going to drop leaflets saying, hey, there's a $50 million reward for your president. Why don't you turn them over to us and collect the money? So that's the pressure campaign. White House proposed a $50 million reward leaflet drop over Venezuelan capital to ramp up pressure. We'll have to see. Golden showers are cheap at Burning Man. Yeah, they're free. Okay. I think we are currently... So 3 hours. So 4 hours, 5 hours. Yes. Yep. Here we go. You were Navy. What did you do? Take up time and space. I was an electronics technician. George Soros has severe dementia, according to sources. Oh, that's cool. Ween rules. Yes. So they plan on dropping these. They're gonna drop leaflets over Venezuela's capital. So that might work. That's the same thing right here. U.S. entering a new phase of Venezuela operations. The United States is poised to do something. So we'll see. We'll have to watch this, pay attention, see what happens. All right. All right. Now we're going to jump into talking more about this illegal order crap. These different, yes, an ET. Mm-hmm. 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 Has Trump issued any illegal orders? Reddit's asked Slotkin goes, well, no. Oh, well, let's see here.
So let's talk right now. Do you believe President Trump has issued any illegal orders?
To my knowledge, I am not aware of things that are illegal, but not credit.
So,
to my knowledge, I am not aware of things that are illegal. Slotkin invokes Nuremberg in her defense of Democrat illegal orders videos. Well, they told me to do it. It's not an excuse. People were prosecuted. Oh, let's see. Oh.
It is very clear that no one should follow an illegal order, but it's very murky when you look at what is an illegal order. And if you go into morally, ethically, that's a pretty tough thing to look at and say, how do I navigate this?
Look, if you're going back to Nuremberg, right, that, well, they told me to do it, that's why I murdered people, is not an excuse. If you look at popular culture, there's you watch, A Few Good Men, we have plenty of examples since World War II in Vietnam where people were told to follow illegal orders and they did it and they were prosecuted for it. So the best thing for people to do is go to their JAG officer, their local law enforcement or a legal officer in their unit and ask for some explanation, ask for help. And that's what we've been advising people to do.
It is very clear that no one
advising people to question orders. That's what you call you're sowing distrust in the military. You're putting dissension in the ranks. It's not the way things are supposed to work. All right. You're basically telling people to question. You're trying to muck up everything. It's what they've done with the court so far. Just try to stop everything. Stop fucking around. It has to stop. It has to stop. Alyssa Slotkin admits Democrats lied about President Trump issuing illegal orders. And ABC, do you believe he's issued any orders? Not to my knowledge. I'm not aware of things that are illegal. That's what she said. We just listened to that. Mm-hmm. And as Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, says, Dem senators put out a histrionic video about national security personnel disobeying illegal Trump orders, yet they themselves do not believe the president has issued any illegal orders. Gives away the game. They want unelected officials to veto Trump administration directives on policy grounds. They lose an election. I believe they should still be entitled to govern. She was on the trip to Ukraine when Joe filed the prosecutor. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. She was CIA. This is nothing less than psyops. This was her job. Yep. They've had one foot in the NWO for some time. Game over. She worked for Brennan. Yeah, just like the jab. Yeah, another illegal. The JAG officers aren't going to be happy with all this nonsense. Democrats admit that they lied about Trump issuing illegal orders. Is DeSantis better than his supporters? Maybe. Brian Dean Wright Says that Slotkin's propaganda op was never about unlawful orders. It was always about her using the CIA training to incite a rebellion amongst the ranks. Sedition defined. Lock her up. And J.D. Vance says, if the president hasn't issued any illegal orders, them members of Congress telling the military to defy the president is by definition illegal. Yes, it's a color revolution. Yes, they're trying to get all the coloreds to revolt. Revolution. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's quite literally a colored revolution. The democracy playbook, people like Norm Eisen or Gene Sharp don't like breaking it out in explicit stages because it implies that color revolutions aren't organic. So I had to assemble it from scratch using their own writings. Here are the steps, and they're trying to do step 6, the jive jihad. Yes. Her mother is a rug muncher. Mm-hmm. They all been busy on Zoom calls. Yes, they have. Uh-huh. People are tracking and documenting their Zoom calls. Well, I hope so. The point is not whether Milosevic deserved removal. What matters is that the bulldozer revolution locked in a repeatable sequence that later color revolutions would follow. The method can be condensed to a handful of stages: pre-election conditioning, build civic networks, media outlets, young movements, youth movements, polling capacity, and legal infrastructure through foreign-assisted NGOs. Oh yeah, JD is amazing, much better than Pence, much better than Pence. A jihad of jive. That's right. Mm-hmm. Basically USAID. Yes, that's what they are. And then election day monitoring. Deploy domestic and foreign observers, run parallel vote tabulations and exit polls. Yeah, say that it wasn't, no, that's not who won. That's who won. It's this. Discrepancy identification. Frame official results as illegitimate if they diverge from the parallel count. Counter elite activation. Support opposition leaders who call for mass protests, strikes, and civil disobedience. International application. Ensure foreign media, NGOs, and governments all declare solidarity in opposition to questioning incumbents' legitimacy. This is exactly what they did to Trump in 2020, by the way. Exactly what they did to Trump in 2020. Everything he said was illegitimate, remember? International amplification. Erase foreign media. Ensure foreign media, NGOs, and all government are declare solidarity. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Security service fracture. Organized defections among police, military, or intelligence to eliminate the regime's enforcement capability. That's what they're doing right now. They're trying to divide up the military and the police and make it so that they don't back the actual people in charge. Transfer of authority. Insist on the incumbent concede or be forced out. You know all the protests, remember they're saying they're going to force Trump out. They're going to force him to step down. Yeah. Prophet Hakeem Jeffries calls for a fatwa on freedom. Mm-hmm. It's a jihad on you. Mike Shelby, former Army Intel CNCO, and the guys at Forward Observer have been on this for a few years since the first Trump term. That's right. Color revolution, a strategic assessment. Yes. Democrats aren't afraid that Trump will fail and destroy our country. They're afraid he'll succeed and destroy their political ideology. Yes. Yes. That's what they think. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. That's right here. See, former CIA colleague Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan's 8th District and Abigail Spanberg in Virginia's 7th District will bring needed common sense, experience, and wisdom to Congress. They will help derail the Trump train. Derail the Trump train. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds like something. Jeffries and Slavey Crockett Epstein links are just the tip of the iceberg. Rep. Maggie Goodlander keeps defending her shameful encouraging of U.S. military to commit sedition and rationalizes it by saying she simply stated what the law said. United States USSF is laughing. Yes. You mean like when President Trump simply stated what law said about sedition?
Simply stating what the law says, what federal law says, that is not sedition.
That is not treason. That is my job. I'm a lawmaker, and the law that we are reaffirming is an important one for this country. It is the basic principle that our service members follow lawful orders and lawful orders only. And that should not be a threat. Any other president of the United States in all of our history would absolutely agree with this principle. And that the president has become so unglued by it, I think, unfortunately, really is telling. And it tells us a lot about how this president thinks about our system of government and our Constitution. It is not treason to invoke a constitutional principle. It is American and is what we need in this country right now.
Did you believe this is a real threat by the president?
You know, the president of the United States, our commander-in-chief, is the most powerful person in the world. His words have consequences. And when he threatens violence against me...
He didn't threaten violence against you. He just stated what the law is. Sedition is punishable by death. That's what he stated. Are you saying are you admitting you committed sedition? Are you admitting that when you were trying to sow dissension in the ranks of the military and tell them to question every order, to go ask anytime they get an order, go ask and try to find out, is this legal? Is this legal? Every order gets questioned. Is this legal? Is this legal? What the fuck are you doing? That is sedition. That is treason, what you're doing.
Against other members of Congress, against anybody. It has real world impacts for real people. And it's not who we are as a country. We've seen an uptick in political violence in this year alone and in recent years in our country. And it's not who we are.
Oh, it's not who you are. You're fucking trying. You're a CIA spook trying to fucking overthrow the duly elected president. Yeah, Representative Gooberlander is asked to her face what illegal order she wants the U.S. military to disobey. She refuses to answer. She doesn't even say what she thinks may have been illegal. She's terrified because she committed sedition. She attended college in Cairo. She's trying not to smile. Biden declared white nationalist groups in Europe terrorists. Drug cartels with state backing is much more a terroristic threat. Yeah, that's what I say. That's what I say.
What illegal orders are you urging troops to refuse, and what do you hope they take away from your message?
Alex, we love this country. We love our Constitution. It is our job as lawmakers, and especially in this moment, to be clear morally, to be clear legally, and simply and clearly stating what the law says, what the Uniform Code of Military Justice says. It's not a crime. It is not treason. It is not sedition. It is our job. And I think it's really important that we do our jobs in this moment.
What illegal orders are you...
Oh, what illegal orders? Oh, there was no illegal orders. I was just trying to cause problems. This is all they have ever done in every election they've lost since 2016. They'll definitely continue to do this until they inevitably foment another civil war, just like their party did in 1863. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. That is absolutely 100% correct. Hey, Ben's back. What's up? Great to see you. This has been insane the last 10 years to watch all this play out. Wow, we were were we entrenched? Yeah, it's but to be vague rhetorically, yes. Drugs have killed over 1 million Americans since 2000. Fact. She is being very unclear. Yes, very unclear. She looks scared here. Good. She should be. Yes, she should be. We need an AI clip of Nick Fuentes playing foosball by himself. Okay, whatever that means. Make drugs safe again. Yes, make them safe again. Make drugs safe again. Yes. How do you respond to the allegations from your colleagues, fellow veterans, that what you put out there is weakening and corrosive? They know better. We were very clear in the video that what we're talking about is unlawful orders. Specifically what? Sending troops to polling stations, kill terrorist families. He hasn't done those things. But you know who killed terrorist families? Barack Obama. He killed Anwar al-Awlaki. He killed his son. He killed their daughter. Huh. So was that a legal order? Should people refuse those? I mean, should the people that didn't refuse the orders to kill those American citizens and overseas, should they get charged? Maybe.
So let's get to the content of what you had in that video you released, because there are also 15 House Republicans who are also veterans who released a video, including a retired 3-star Marine Corps General, Jack Bergman. Take a listen to this.
Troops, Listen up. Any service member who refuses a lawful order is subject to court-martial for violating the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
We study what's lawful and what's not lawful, and the Democrats stunt insinuating that they're illegal or unconstitutional orders. It's downright dangerous.
It is corrosive. It is meant to weaken our country and weaken the military.
How do you respond to these allegations from your colleagues, fellow veterans, that what you have put out there is weakening and corrosive to the military?
Well, these unfortunately are some of Trump's core supporters that are rallying behind the president. And
these are unfortunately some of Trump's core supporters that are rallying behind the president.
So you're one of Trump's enemies, I guess. So you're an enemy of the United States. You're admitting it. Look at the face. I'm an enemy of the United States. He's an enemy of the United States. Enemy.
they know better. They know exactly the difference between lawful versus unlawful. We were very clear in the video that what we're talking about is unlawful orders. You have the president's spokesperson going into a press conference this past week and saying that we called for people to disobey lawful orders. They're simply lying because the truth is unacceptable to them. It's unacceptable. We wanted to start a conversation, and we did, about the dangerous rhetoric this president is using and the threats that he's made to use our military in an unlawful way.
Specifically what?
Well, send troops into Chicago, send troops into polling stations, kill
Wait, so he's saying it was an unlawful order to send troops into Chicago? Is that what he just said?
Terrorists' families, arrest and execute members of Congress.
Arrest and execute members of Congress. Well, you would be tried, and if convicted and sentenced to death, you would be executed. That's the law. That's the law. You would be following the law. And you guys are all up on the law, so this is disgusting. These people are misusing the people's trust. Yeah. These Marxist globalists are everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. We have to root them out. Root and stem. And they'll always sound like paper crunching desk weasels. Yep. Mm-hmm. These people are happy not to be paid for these comments. Yes. It's not up to service members to decide what is and isn't legal. Are they lawyers? Well, no, that's what they want, though, Trump and Hater. They want every private, every PFC, every corporal to be questioning every order they get. And then every sergeant questioning the orders they get from the master sergeant, asking them, questioning it from the lieutenant and the captain, and so on and so on. Every order questioned all the time to slow everything down, to stop everything. Like, oh, wait, should we do what? They want people to get killed. They want to say it's, oh, yes, that is chaos. That's what they want. They want chaos. And where do they grow these people? The pods. Yeah, what about the deep state cartel rat lines networks running wild in Chicago? Lawful? They love the money. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mention a single enlisted Navy rank because but Jim, they're above the law. The reason I didn't mention any, like I didn't mention a seaman or a seaman apprentice or a seaman recruit, or a petty officer third class, a petty officer second class, a petty officer third, first class, a chief petty officer, because it's the Navy, man. It's not like real. They have thwarted Trump's first term, and they thought judiciary the second term. That's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to thwart everything. Yeah. Representative Jason Crow is concerned we kill terrorist families. You mean like this? Obama ordered 563 drone strikes, killing almost 4,000 people. Yeah, Rear Admiral, lower class. Yes, Jim loves seamen. I do. I love all the seamen. I love the seamen. It's a Rear Admiral. Yeah, they like it in the rear, and it's a YMCA, Jim. I know. Marines are still called sailors, aren't they? No, Marines aren't called sailors. No. Squeeze the skin of your forearm. The sea quickly goes back to normal. Sometimes it stays pinched for a short time. It's a sign of dehydration. No, I'm not dehydrated. I'm good. I think I made an error. Mm-hmm. Just kidding. Yo, Diddy, what's up? Don't forget the barrel. Yeah, barrel. On a boat, you cannot break ranks. That's right. Be honest, I questioned all the second lieutenant's orders, even if they told me what day it was. Well, hmm. One of his first strikes was a funeral, killing 41 Pakistani civilians. He also killed a U.S. citizen and then killed his 16-year-old son. Yeah, Anwar al-Awlaki, and I can't remember his son's name. This is the case that Obama should be in prison. Yeah. Could these orders have been refused? Yeah, ask these people. Have you refused an order you felt was illegal? Were they involved in this? Full Metal Jacket. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's why they started calling him Obama. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Senator Slutkin tries to defend her sick plot to turn service members against the commander-in-chief, who has never issued a single illegal order. COG is worried they need to go incrementally. It was just a statement widely. If you look at popular culture, if you watch A Few Good Men, you got plenty of examples where people were told to follow legal orders and they did, and they were prosecuted for it. Oh. A butter bar trying to push his weight around a first sergeant, classic comedy. Yeah. This is just nuts, man. Just nuts.
It does imply that the president is having illegal orders, which you have not seen.
I think for us, it was just a statement widely, right? We say very quickly and to all the folks who come to us, this is the process. Go to your JAG officer, ask them for explanation, for top cover, for their view on things. We do that on a case-by-case basis, but we wanted to speak directly to the volumes of people who had come to us on this.
And it is very clear that no one should follow an illegal order, but it's very murky when you look at what is an illegal order. And if you go into morally, ethically, that's a pretty tough thing to look at and say, how do I navigate this?
Look, if you're going back to Nuremberg, right, that, well, they told me to do it, that's why I murdered people, is not an excuse. If you look at popular culture, there's like, you watch, a few.
All right. You guys know what happened at Ruby Ridge, right? Right? Ruby Ridge. When the ATF agent or sniper, or was it ATF guy or was it FBI guy, Lon, whatever his name was, Lon something, or Lon Chain something, he shot a woman, the wife, and basically got off, because he was following orders, and he said that he has immunity for the federal government. So see, this is a lie to say that if you're following orders, you won't get immunity, because you do get immunity. If you work for the federal government and you do something that you were told to do, you get off. They even shot the dog. Yeah, they shot the dog first, then the kid shot them, and then they shot the kid, and then they shot the wife holding the baby. Yes, while she was holding the baby, don't forget. Yeah. 1 million plus dead in Iraq and the Middle East. Yep, nobody went to jail for that. The other guy, some are actually very smart. I'm just messing with Jim. I didn't see that. I didn't see it. The second lieutenant. Yeah. Butterbar. Yeah. None of Trump's orders were found to be illegal, though. Yes. If the tampon dispenser in the boys' bathroom is below half full, tell someone. Definitely. Don't forget the FBI, ATF, our military. In theory, they are subject to the same laws as anyone else. Yes. Yes. Let's see. Uh-oh, Bella's behind. Look at this. Bella's going to do a flip. Everybody ready? Bella's going to do a little flip. Oh. Mm-hmm. There's Bella, hanging out. Please hit the like. Please hit subscribe. Please hit the notification bell. Select all. That's right. A good JAG officer will tell whomever comes in with that bullshit to get the fuck out of their office. Yes. The only reason why Slutkin won is because of shenanigans in the Michigan election again, as usual. Yes. Yes, that's right. Sleeping Bella. Yes. How's it, fuck us? It's up. What's it good? It says, what the Nazis did was absolutely immoral, taking babies out and innocent people, not the same as ejecting illegals. Yes. Yes. Anyone else notice that Vindman didn't participate in this event, though he's a member of Congress now? Yes, because he's got problems. He's got his own problems in River City there. He's got his own problems in River City.
few good men. Like we have plenty of examples since World War II in Vietnam where people were told to follow illegal orders and they did it and they were prosecuted for it.
So she's talking about a movie. The movie, A Few Good Men. Yes, people were told to follow an illegal order and they did it and they were prosecuted for it. That's a fucking movie. That's a fucking movie. Name one case in the U.S. where someone was told to follow legal orders and they were prosecuted because they followed an order. And they were told it's an illegal order, but you have to follow it anyway. I don't think that's ever fucking occurred. Holy crap, CNN's Abby Phillips defends Democrats calling for insurrection and sedition and gets grilled for doing so. The military doesn't have a right to undermine the chief. In this country, you do get to undermine the POTUS. That's what this lady believes. Ready? What this idiot lady believes on CNN. You get to undermine the president with the military? Oh, yeah, you get to.
It's a wink and a nod, and it's all meant to undermine the President of the United States. The military does not have a right to undermine the chief.
Hold on a second. In this country, you do get to undermine the President of the United States.
Not if you're in the military.
No.
He's the commander-in-chief.
If you are a member of Congress, you absolutely, in this country, have a free right to undermine the President of the United States. You know that, right?
It's a federal law, actually, there, Miss Phillips. There's a federal law saying, the Phoenix program. That was great. Yeah. Illegal order in Vietnam. Mm-hmm. Yeah, A Few Good Commies, definitely. History. Yeah. Wild Bill Colby. Yeah. Someone actually married that thing. It's amazing, right? In order to not what the trolls like, it's not what's just wrong, but illegal. Sheeple issue too many lies, sending them to slaughter. CNN, CIA, yes. Gundam Zig with the duck, goose, whatever, sitting duck. Abby Phillips is a Cupid stunt. Yes. That's how we run the military, by getting prosecuted by Tom Cruise. Yes. Yeah. Who in Vietnam was prosecuted? Well, I think there was that one guy. What was his name? The guy, and it turned out he was a scapegoat with the whole My Lai thing, and they ended up getting pardoned anyway. What was his name? Lieutenant or captain? Can't think of his name. He ended up getting pardoned by Nixon, I'm pretty sure. He's seditious enough without doing it. Yes. It's very close to hating on this obnoxious bitch. Yes. I love black people, but they... Yes. Calley, that was his name. Lieutenant Calley or Captain Calley. Yes. Ask the soldiers who they like better, Obama, Biden, or Trump. They make the movie American Made to stick the tongue out at us. Yes. Nuremberg didn't even come close to telling us the truth or serving us justice. Short answer, no U.S. official were prosecuted for the Phoenix program. The South Vietnamese prosecutions were extremely limited to non-existence. Yes. What happened when one does violate sworn allegiance? Zip, nothing, zero. Iran-Contra. Yeah, see? Iran-Contra? Yes. Iran so far away. Platoon. Oh, yeah, the movie Platoon. Barnes! Get over here, Barnes! Stop! We're going to frag you. We're going to frag him. Contra was CIA. Yes, it was the Fast and Afro head. It was the Sandinistas. It was the cocaine. It was cocaine, Crips and Bloods, genocide, rat lines, trafficking. It was all that stuff. Yeah, it was the Sandinistas, the Contras. It was Iran. Israel was involved. Israel was the person that was doing the arms deals, trading between. It's all this stuff. I'm sure Epstein was involved in it too. If would be all honest. As I've been saying, most service members have no clue outside of motto of the line between lawful and unlawful. These clowns are worse. I have a few stories about confusion over legit or not. Yeah. Jimbo, what are the top 3 movies or top 3 war movies? Top 3 war movies. My top 3 that I like the best. Patton. All right. And then I like We Were Soldiers. It's really good. And probably Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket. That's my top 3. I mean, there's so many, but that's my top 3. Mike Benz is great. Yeah. Barry Seal got Governor Clinton and Bush Sr., Oliver North, Bill Colby, and on and on and on. Yeah. Ollie North. Yeah. Got Peaceful Revolution, Olympian Solution Remains Logical Destiny. Yeah. Ollie North. Yeah. Ollie North was a Black Hawk Down. Oh, another great movie. Yeah. Black Hawk Down. 13 Hours. Stripes. The Stripes isn't really a war movie, but it's a good one. Trump disappointed me. signed the order to recall those officers and charge them under UCMJ. That's why they're running from what they said. Well, that's up to Hegseth really to do that. McCain, no name McStain. Yeah. I didn't watch it live, but it was a big deal at the time. Yeah. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Thanks for coming back on the Twitcherizoo. Mm-hmm. Sean Spicer says, when asked for an example of a service member following a legal order, Senator Alyssa Slutkin, who has not served in the military, cites the movie A Few Good Men. It's up to Trump. We Were Soldiers was one of the few to try and stick what really happened within budget, only told half of the book. Yeah, well. Mm-hmm. Joe Galloway wrote the book along with Hal Moore. Her primary concern is the military use within the United States. Was that in A Few Good Men? Welker, did you know what specific illegal acts are the Democrat colleagues were referring to? Klobuchar, if a National Guard commander were to tell troops, hey, go out on the street and do this and that, and not following the order, that is the law, so I used that example. This is the lady, just so everyone remembers, this is the lady who eats salads with a comb. She eats comb salad. She takes a comb from her hair and eats salad with it. This is who's in the fucking Senate for Minnesota.
I wonder, do you know what the specific illegal acts are that your Democratic colleagues were referring to there?
Well, it's very clear in this code for the military that you cannot follow unlawful orders. And, that would be, I'll just use an example. Some of the judges have now found in certain cities that it is not legal to send in the National Guard. And those National Guard members have come home. Some of them are still there. But if their commander were to tell them, hey, go out on the streets and do this and that, that's not following the order that is in law. So I just use that example. I'm sure my colleagues would have others.
I wonder, do you...
Oh, so she thinks that a district court judge that gets overruled then. So then, if that's the case, then that district court judge who issued that order was actually, then we can arrest that judge for a coup, for a judicial coup, because they tried to, the judges are making up the law. Yeah, she's like, so if one judge says you can't, that's illegal, even though it gets overruled later, then that judge should get arrested then, right? Because that judge was basically trying to take command, that judge thinks that they're the president. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Klobuchar was born 1960s American politician serving as a United States senator, a seat she has held since 2007. Yeah, member of the DFL, the Socialist Communist Party of Minnesota, and she was served as a county attorney for Hennepin. Minnesota needs to sit this one out, Senator. You had the National Guard patrolling streets, tell people to get back in their homes. Yeah, National Guard patrolling the streets, shooting people with pepper balls who were sitting on their fucking porch. As I said before, this is true, but tyrants don't follow anything but their rant and lies. Yes, they don't. This guy says, will there be any performances today, singing and dancing like yesterday? Oh, you missed it. I was singing and dancing all day earlier. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Scott Jennings goes, deep thinker here. Yeah, treasonous senator defends calls to defy the orders by comparing consequences troops might face to the movie A Few Good Men. Mm-hmm. Terms may just be the cure. Yeah. Is it misinformation a crime as well? It could be. Did I cover the ice scraper protest in California? I have it. We haven't got there yet. I have it. Breitbart News. Former CIA officer Brian Dean Wright, Slotkin knew exactly what she was putting together with her little propaganda video. She and I both worked at the agency. We know what the propaganda ops and what's exactly her video is all about. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Decorator in chief. Mm-hmm. Former CIA officer Slotkin knew exactly what she was putting together with her little propaganda video. On Fridays, Jesse Waters Primetimes, former CIA operations officer and host of The Wright Report, argued that Alyssa Slutkin intentionally sparked a firestorm with what he deemed a propaganda video urging military members to defy so-called illegal orders. All right, Brian, these Democrats in the seditious way, what they're doing, it is. And look, we need to be very, very clear about Slutkin, who she is. She knew what she was doing when she put this together. She's a former CIA operations officer, and my job is to go out in the field and collect intel and conduct the operation. Her job as an analyst was a way to figure out whether or not things like propaganda operations were successful, if they were effective. Yes. But she's been seeing her fair share of propaganda operations. She knows how to pull these off and make them effective. If you think about it through that lens, if you watch the video again, one of the first things that she and the others do is they establish credibility and authority. They talk about who they are, working for the CIA, working for the military. Then they try to move to the next phase of the propaganda message, which is there's a crisis. And they create a crisis for the listeners inside the FBI, the CIA, the military. They say there's a threat, not just abroad, but like we face with China, Russia, Al-Qaeda. But inside the country, the threat is here. Who's the threat? It's Donald Trump. And then they provide a solution. And they say, rise up. Say no. Key parts of the propaganda campaigns, is a little bit of face-saving measure, something like a little wink, a little nudge. Just give somebody a little bit of a fig leaf, which is to make your opposition towards an unlawful order, right? So that's the fig leaf. And then they come back and then end it with a little bow on top of it, which they say is rise up. You have an obligation. It's not just something you might want to do. It's something you should do. The point is, Miss Slutkin knew exactly what she was putting together with a little propaganda video. Now, whether the others were also seditious with her, I don't know, but she knew because she and I both worked at the agency. We both know what propaganda ops are, and that's exactly what her video is all about. Democrats dog whistle to the mentally ill. There's a great scene in Nixon where the president is mulling his options as the walls close in. One of his advisors say you can send troops and arrest Congress and SCOTUS justices. Lincoln did. Lincoln did. Yeah. Nixon got railroaded by the fucking CIA and FBI. I mean, in all reality, that's what happened. Let's be 100 with it. That's what happened. Nixon got railroaded. Nixon got railroaded. He was the most popular president ever elected. Watergate was a scam. Yeah. And this is what the real Donald Trump is looking for. 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces. This statute makes it a federal crime to do any of the following with the intent to interfere with the U.S. military operations: advise, urge, or attempt to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty among members of the military. Number 2, obstruct or attempt to obstruct recruiting, enlistment, or general military operations. Dispute written materials advocating any of the above. Distribute written. The law does not require advocating the overthrow of the government. That is 2385. Section 2387 is specific about undermining the function of the U.S. military. Bella has no head. Oh my God. His mom knew what she was doing and named him Richard. Yes. There she is. Dick Nixon before he dicks you. You're correct, Granola. It's a political term that the leftists use against us. It has no basis in fact. Thanks, Cesium Cat. I corrected it. If I was one of the Democrats who did this, I'd be very nervous about now. Zoran isn't the mayor yet. No, they still think Obama is running shit. Yeah, that's what they think. Well, actually, if Obama was doing any of this stuff, they would be fine. They'd be cheering it on. President Trump appears to suggest the Senate and House Democrats violated 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces general, when they called for sedition by the military. It's a nod for A.G. Bondi to get moving. Don't let this go. Look at Trump tweeted out. Yeah, this is what he's saying. Do it. Get him. Putting all on notice is purposeful pre-Gitmo trip. That's what I would do. Obama sold me lawn clippings at the park. Prick. Yeah. The Blaze says Trump just reposted this from Glenn Beck. That's right. Trump knows about it. Maybe Bondi needs to get in on it. Trump is not letting go of Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slutkin's act of sedition, and rightfully so. They crossed a line that should never be crossed, and now history will remember how the government handled it. Yeah? Get all these treasonous, traitorous sons of bitches for sedition, at the very least. These pompous, traitorous communists should be impeached and prosecuted. Get them. Get them. Did you smoke them anyway? Did you smoke the grass clippings? There's an internet big book of accusations. They need to be, China sold me poison that ivy at the park. Is Pam move E? Granola, tell me that you like Trump. President Trump appears to suggest the Senate and House violated 18 U.S.C. This is a not. Oh, we already saw it. Wait a minute. What's going on? How did that got repeated? And then here's Jason Crow. They think that gay Brett from Denver says, the president's lying again. Our service members take an oath to the Constitution, have an obligation to follow only lawful orders. But they're supposed to assume that the orders are lawful. It's a presumption that the orders are lawful unless you prove otherwise. Trump thinks that standing by our troops to uphold the law is punishable by death. That should be chilling. Now, many great legal scholars agree that the Democrat traitors that told the military to disobey my orders as president have committed a crime of serious proportion. Serious. Super serious proportions. Super serious proportions. This is like Adam Schiffless says, we saw what you did. Lawyer up, buddy. Face the nation's 15 House Republicans who are also veterans released a video including a retired 3-star Marine General, Jack Bergman, and told him, you fucked up, dude. You got problems. Because it's a color revolution. Here we have step 2 of the Democrats' effort to turn the military against Trump. Last week, 6 members of Congress told troops not to follow unlawful orders. This week, we've got Democrat members of Congress calling the strikes on narco-terror boats illegal orders. Yeah, Ed Buck and Adam Schiff did a lot of strange things together at the Standard Hotel. Don't ever Google Ed Buck, Adam Schiff, Standard Hotel. Here's Representative Sarah Jacobs, who says, this lawyer was right. These strikes in the Caribbean violate U.S. and international law. These strikes will make Americans less safe by creating made-for-TV propaganda for our adversaries and make our allies less likely to work with us. Oh. So she's saying it's illegal. Each Democrat involved in the conspiracy deserves a fair trial. These traitors that told the military to disobey my orders should be in jail right now, not roaming the fake news networks trying to explain what they said was okay. It wasn't. Never will be. It was sedition at the highest level. Any sedition is a major crime. There can be no interpretation of what they said. Rep Crow stepped in it and now doubling down. He's in trouble. Yes. Here we go. Step 2 of the effort. All that. Now ask yourself why Democrats want to protect Venezuela so much. We've spent literally trillions in a failed quest to democratize the Middle East, yet when it comes to a country that's objectively communist, is killing us by the thousands through drugs, is training foreign terrorists and seeding them inside our own country. They're using migration networks and the Western Hemisphere proxy for influence for Russia and China as they attempt to institute a constitutional crisis. Crazy. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Oh, the Smartmatic voting systems in the CCP. That's right. Here, Shipwreck Cruz says, you are legally illiterate. An R.E. Neagle held California could not prosecute a U.S. Marshal for murder even if California thought the use of force was excessive. You make AUSAs hang their head in shame that you were one of us. Here's Goldman says, no federal badge authorizes the unlawful arrest or use of excessive force against American citizens. Wow. Tell that to the Randy Weaver's wife that got murdered, and the judges said you can't do anything about it. There's nothing, you can't even sue. Sorry. When ICE crosses that line, they're committing crimes under state law. These people are fucking retarded.
You have American citizens being unlawfully arrested by ICE officers. They are prohibited from arresting American citizens. If they do that, that is not part of their official duties. And when they use excessive force, like the example you just have, that's a violation.
How does he think a federal law enforcement officer isn't allowed to arrest somebody who commits a fucking violent act against them? They're supposed to go, yeah, stop hitting me. I'm going to call the police, the actual police. No, they're still federal law enforcement officers. They still can enforce all federal laws. They can't arrest U.S. citizens for immigration shit because that's not the law. You fuck. Where do these people come from? Holy shit, man. Who elects these people? Look at more violence, more calls for violent insurrection against federal law enforcement by extremist congressmen. This is nuts, man. This is nuts. Same shit, man. Same shit, different day. Wow. Wow. All right, I got to open some more tabs. Just give me a minute here. All right, a couple seconds. Give me 2 minutes. Opening more tabs. Got a whole bunch more tabs open. Got a whole bunch of more show to go. We're on a roll. Singing in the rain, coming down. Rain, rain on me. We got California Rep Kim, Young Kim. This is not like Young Guns or Young whatever. This is Young Kim. Her family lived the horrors of communism firsthand in Korea. I refuse to let Zoran Mandami or far left peddle communism light here. As a Korean American who grew up in the aftermath of the Korean War, I have witnessed the horrors of socialism firsthand. Yeah, I always say, if you want to see the difference between socialism and freedom, just look at the Korean Peninsula at night. Goldman's going to get primaried by a DSA commie in New York, probably. Delay, deny, shame. Yeah. South Korea shines with opportunity. North Korea is trapped in darkness. Time and time again throughout our history, socialism has led to disaster, starvation. Yes, disaster and starvation, imprisonment, and the death of over 100 million people worldwide. My own family lived these horrors. My mother-in-law risked her life crossing the DMZ multiple times to rescue loved ones from the North Korean regime. Oh, so this lady's just going off. Let's see it. So she's going to talk. Oh, she's going to say it all right here. So let's get her. She's kind of a cutie, too.
Thank you, Chairman. It's such an honor to stand here to strongly support the House Concurrent Resolution 9. As a Korean American who grew up in the aftermath of the Korean War, I have witnessed the horrors of socialism firsthand. I always say, if you want to see the difference between socialism and freedom, just look at the Korean Peninsula at night. South Korea shines with opportunity. North Korea is trapped in darkness. Time and time again throughout history, socialism has led to disaster, starvation, imprisonment, and the death of over 100 million people worldwide. My own family lived those horrors. My mother-in-law risked her life crossing the DMZ lines multiple times to rescue loved ones from the North Korean regime. To this day, tens of thousands of Korean families remain separated by a system that tears apart communities and crushes basic human dignity. Now more than ever, as socialist ideas gain traction here at home, and as our nation's largest city and financial capital has elected not just a socialist, but a communist as mayor, we must firmly demand our capitalist free market system, which empowers Americans of all backgrounds to achieve freedom, opportunity, and prosperity. I know what America represents because I remember my first glimpse of freedom as a young girl, looking up wide-eyed as U.S. soldiers tossed candy from their trucks. In the communities that I lived, today, as one of the first Korean American women to serve in Congress, that freedom tastes just as sweet. Stories like these can only happen in America. As a member of Congress, I will always fight for the American dream and for our free market system that keeps it within reach for everyday Americans. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Yeah, I think she's great. I would have voted for her. All right, look at this. We got Los Angeles, ICE, Homeland Security Investigations in Santa Maria arrested 3 illegal aliens from Mexico and a U.S. citizen for violating immigration and federal law on visa fraud and fraud in foreign labor contracting on November 13th. The scheme involved forcing workers to pay illegal fees and threatening deportation or violence if they fell behind on payments or complained to authorities. Well, this is who the Democrats are protecting. They're protecting slave labor, communism, and Islam. Which is worse? I don't know. Let's see what they got here. Look at they arrested all these. Look at these people. Slave labor. That's what they're doing. Oh, damn. I stand with ICE. ICE Boston arrested Abdullah Laka Darwich, a 56-year-old criminal alien from Syria, on November 17th. Here, we are a capitalist Confederate Republic. Islamic Brotherhood, Obama. Yes, Brennan. You have communism, Comm-Islam now. It's a combo deal. Yeah. The most anti-socialist people I've ever met was the people from Asia, Cuba that lived through it. That's right. Capitalism is not in the Constitution. Capitalism is actually a word that was created as a slur by Marx. So, ICE is cool. Yeah, ICE keeps you cool in the summertime. They would have me called a bigger bully. Yeah, capitalism has become a banker con. Interesting timing with Trump labeling them terrorists. Yeah, right? Interesting. What's up, Basco Sauce? How you doing, Basco Sauce? Great to see you. He has pending charges for first-degree child molestation, first-degree sexual assault, and contributing to the delinquency of a child in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. The Islamic Brotherhood. Yes, got him. It's partly why Miami-Dade is a red county. This guy, look at him. Child molestation. Yeah. How many child molesters do we need from Syria imported into the country? Do we really need any? Do we need any child molesters from Syria? Do we need any child molesters from any fucking country here to come here? I mean, we have our own problem with all the Democrat child molesters anyway. We don't need people from other countries coming here to molest kids. We got enough Scott Wieners running around molesting kids and Adam Schiffs. We don't need any people from other countries. Ed Bucks. We don't need them. Yeah. Philadelphia arrested Oscar Arturo Sanchez Mondragon, a 40-year-old violent criminal alien from Mexico, on November 17th. He's been convicted of second-degree manslaughter and tampering with physical evidence in Boone County, Kentucky. Was sentenced to 14 years in prison. This guy. Shit. I was in Boston the 17th. They need lots of help in Hollywood, though. Oh, yeah. I guess, yeah. And Republican cholos. Yes. Chomos. Yes. Second-degree manslaughter, tampering with physical evidence. And I would arrest him for shaving off his eyebrows. That's a crime against, eyesight. Miami ICE arrested Carlos Alberto Guevara Fernandez, a 50-year-old sexual predator from Cuba, on November 14th. He's been convicted of fondling a child, cruelty towards a child, and sexual assault. Yeah. Well, Hassert, yeah, he's a... Yeah. Yeah. Hassert's just a Democrat, though. He said he was a Republican, but he was really a Democrat. San Diego. Previously removed Mexican national and convicted human smuggler Roberto Carlos Galeana, Guatemala, was charged this week with striking and seriously injuring a federal officer with his vehicle while agents and officers were attempting to arrest him. Vehicle attacks are up. There are 99 of them since January, more than double the 47 in the same period last year. Vehicular assaults against ICE specifically jumped 1,300%. This guy right here. Previously deported. ICE Buffalo arrested Miguel Antonio Arias Agreta, a 27-year-old criminal alien from El Salvador, on November 17th. He's been convicted of attempted murder, attempted assault, criminal use of a firearm, possession of a weapon in Nassau County, New York, was sentenced to 15 years in prison. ICE Los Angeles arrested Carlos Ernesto Ramirez Catena, a 30-year-old sexual predator from El Salvador. He's been convicted of sexual battery and faces imprisonment in Orange County, California, and sentenced to 2 years in prison. Wait a minute. Sexual predator, sexual battery, and false imprisonment, sentenced to 2 years. So you can sexually batter somebody in California and falsely imprison them, and you only get 2 years? It says the Gulf of America could establish a drop-off point. It would be a good place. Yes, good place. Just 2 years, California. Wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. ICE offers 3 partnership models to law enforcement partners. Jail enforcement, identify and process removal aliens. Task force, use limited immigration enforcement authority. Warrant service officers serve and execute warrant amends on aliens in custody. Yeah, so that's what they want. 3 partnership models. ICE and local state partners programs. Yes. If you know of a criminal alien, report their whereabouts. Yes, if you know of any criminal aliens, report their whereabouts. 866-DHS-2-ICE. That's right. Call 866-DHS-2-ICE. If you want to get rid of illegal aliens, just dial 866-DHS-2-ICE. You'll get them out of the country faster than you can say 866-2-DHS-ICE. She was Hillary's girl toy. That's right. They had better have a better call for a ride home. Anthony Weiner's ex-wife Uma Abedin is now married to Alex Soros. Yes. Sex crimes are not punished because they rarely happen to men. That makes me very angry. Worst of the worst. Yeah. San Antonio arrested and deported Jose Ignacio Chavez Bahena, a criminal, illegal alien from Mexico with convictions for felony assault, DUI, recently arrested for domestic violence. Get him out. Crazy Soros' son. That's right. Get him out. Get them all out. DYK ICE. Dyke ICE? Why would they have Dyke ICE? Helps employers identify. Did you know? Oh, that's did you know ICE helps employers identify fake employees' documents through its image program. See, I thought it was something about Dykes and ICE. I was like, what's up with Dykes and ICE? What are they doing? Check it out, and get right with the law. Because we are investigating worksite tips. For example, in Florida, fake green card and illegal reentry got 2 criminals arrested. Get right with the law. That's right. Get right with the law. Man, Bella is snoring. Pexy says, Chris, whose laptop? Hunter's? Soros? Yeah. Huma is Islamic Brotherhood. Yes, she is. If you know, you know. That's right. If you know, you know. The Trump administration is now surging hundreds of federal agents into New Orleans, to arrest and deport thousands of illegals. Operation Swamp Sweep is officially beginning, and locals will assist, not impede. That's right. Swamp Sweep.
Mayor-elect Helena Moreno launches a website meant to advise community members in the face of a federal immigration enforcement operation. Good evening, I'm John Snell. Associated Press sources, and along with McGatto, Associated Press sources say that federal agents, border agents, plan to begin staging in New Orleans today for Operation Swamp Sweep.
As Gabby Killett reports, leaders across the area differ on the deployment of 250 agents expected to start operations in the coming weeks.
I think it's a good thing.
This is an absolutely terrifying time.
Mixed emotions across great.
I got to do this real quick. We're approaching 4 hours. All right. We've been going for 3 hours and 50 minutes. So I have to say goodbye to the people that are on Instagram. All right. Because Instagram has a 4-hour limit on live streaming. So I'm going to say goodbye to the people on Instagram. If you're on Instagram, come over to X or come over. No, actually, I'm going to say goodbye to X. Fuck X, but come over to somewhere else. YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, Facebook, X. I don't know where else I'm streaming. Probably somewhere else at Facebook. I don't know. But yeah, so and everywhere else we're going to keep going. So if you're on Instagram, come somewhere else. Go to somewhere else. Yes, they have to go back. Send them all back. They all have to leave.
New Orleans, as Associated Press sources say, federal agents will descend on the city in coming weeks for a 2-month immigration crackdown that aims to arrest about 5,000 people across southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi.
We're here to support their mission. If they need any kind of assistance, we have relationships with all our federal partners, HSI, ICE, Border Patrol, through different task forces.
We have federal troops coming to our city, federal agents, uninvited, unneeded, to...
What the fuck, uninvited? Where the fuck do you think they have to have an invitation? They're enforcing federal law. These people, they need to all be... This lady should be arrested and put in jail for being retarded. We should have retarded jail for people that are retards to go to jail.
Terrorize community members, the same community members who were the workforce that saved New Orleans after Katrina.
The city of Kenner is 30% Hispanic. Its police chief, Keith Conley, supports the sweep and says residents shouldn't be concerned.
I don't think you have to be fearful unless you have something to be fearful about. They have the databases. ICE, Border Patrol, these federal agencies have the databases. They have the ability to determine a person's status, not the local police departments. We don't have those resources.
Meanwhile, New Orleans Mayor-elect Helena Moreno launched a website for the city's immigrant communities, encouraging people to know their rights. Sue Weischer advocated for immigrants in her role as a policy and research fellow at the Jesuit Social Research Institute for many years. She praises Moreno and points to reports of ICE agents allegedly assaulting people.
I'm just so delighted and if I can say proud, that we have elected a mayor who sees this for what it is, a real test of our democracy and the decency of the American people.
If anybody feels that's in play, if that happens, they should reach out to the FBI, local law enforcement. We all have internal affairs departments.
On Friday, ICE responded to concerns that it may conduct sweeps at schools, saying claims of, quote, ICE at schools is misinformation and that it could otherwise be near schools during routine enforcement. Conley agrees, encouraging the community to be aware of what he calls false claims online.
I tell people to beware of what they see on social media, some mainstream media. So, I see some reports sometimes that it's not incorrect, but it sensationalizes some different aspects. So I don't think you're getting both sides of the story.
ICE has said that Customs and Border Patrol is leading Operation Swamp Sweep. Border Patrol said today it won't comment on any of its operations.
That's right. We won't comment. But I want to comment. Basco Sauce gave me 20 over there on the Rumble. A Rumble rant says Jim is gay, but not as late as Nick, though. I was early tonight. I was very early tonight. So, but thank you. Thank you, Basco Sauce, for that 20. With that 20 from Basco Sauce, that makes us now $55 away from a fourth additional hour. That's right. $55 away from a fourth additional hour. Wow. Yes. Right now we're clipping into the third additional hour right now. Yes. So it is what it is, and that's what it is. I'll help. If you're here illegally, you have the right to get the fuck out, and we'll help you. You're welcome, Mayor. That's right. Sorry, I was chatting with Joe, not that one. No, you're fine. You're cool, man. I didn't see it either. Looks like New Orleans got quite the mayor upgrade. Yeah. Jim, what's costing me in Jersey is those ice brats in Florida. Okay. She presents all the indications of meth addiction. It's to support the show. We don't care about recognition. But I didn't see it until I saw it. I just saw it. See? It's only right illegals get the boot and shown the door. Thanks for all the fish, Jimbo. What? Nice. All right. We got this Horry County. This is a Horry County, South Carolina. There's a lot of whores in Horry County. Douglas Adams. But could you fix Bella? Oh, hate to bug, but could you fix Bella? Oh, I'll fix Bella right now. You're never bugging me. You're never bugging me. You're never bugging me. You're never bugging me. Boop, 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 boop. You're never bugging me. You're never bugging me. You're never bugging me. Thank you. Great reference. Yes. Bella needs flipping again. She just flipped. Do you see it? Interstate scamming my Jersey property taxes so cop killers can live like a queen in Cuba. Tell them, Jim. Yeah, that's Ashtada Shakur. And I just want to say, man, this show has been a great show tonight. We've got, we had almost 200 live viewers. We got 175 people watching right now on YouTube, which is great for me, for YouTube. 175. We got 136 likes. So it could be about 40 more likes, but whatever, it is what it is. And, But, we went, hit that like, you pesky citizens. That's right. But I just want to say, it's been a very, very good show for me. I mean, like, numbers wise, like 188 peak concurrent viewers we got to. That's a lot for me, without somebody dumping a bunch of people into me. But, so right here, we got this guy, a Jamaican national, Tevin Rudy Hines, was arrested for firearm possession and lawful alien discharge of a firearm. He was arrested after shot spotter alert and investigation into a shooting. Well, that damn shot spotter is racist again, getting black guys from Haiti or Jamaica, wherever they're from. Busted them.
A newly obtained report reveals the suspect arrested in a Sunday morning shooting in Myrtle Beach is in the country illegally. Tevin
You don't say.
Hines faces charges in connection to a shooting along Dunbar Street. The report says officers found Hines at a hospital where he confirmed he was driving a similar car to the one seen near the scene at the time of the shooting. The report says Hines told police he was dropping someone off after a party before he was shot in the ear. A detective determined Hines was in the country illegally after a check. Newly obtained report.
Oh, after a check. After they checked on it. What's this? Bonnie Blue. She needed the money. Sorry. You're fine. Butler County, Ohio on Thursday. Illegal alien Yon Perez Ventula was arrested for aggravated vehicular assault, driving without a license, and more. That's fairly online. He's accused of causing a wrong-way head-on collision and was believed to have been intoxicated. It's good numbers for Sunday night. Everyone's burnt, and some people swallowed ornamental cabbage on their cheeseburger. Well, they shouldn't do that. That's not good. The driver of the other car, a 28-year-old female, sustained serious injuries and was transported to a hospital. Wow, what's up with this guy's face? He looks all funky. Yeah, so illegal alien charged with felony aggravated vehicular assault. No driver's license. Traveling left to center. Yeah. Wow, look at this. You got the illegal aliens, Kenosha, Wisconsin. Kenosha, home, another Hawaii guy. That's right. Another Hawaii guy, yes. Kenosha, Wisconsin. The Kenosha City Eye, which was made famous. Kenosha City Eye was made famous by the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing. They're reporting, the Kenosha County Eye reporting on Binger and all the stuff with Kyle Rittenhouse, and also reporting on the that other case of the what the hell was the case of the guy who got framed for murder? It says, home safely without bumping into any parked cars. Now it's time to punish my liver. Well, don't punish it too much, Anthony. Yeah. Yeah, so this article uses a case to explain how the local justice system has failed its citizens and allowed an illegal alien criminal to walk. Look at all these people. Commissioner / bail. Sheriffs refuse ICE hold. Illegals run rampant. Zach Anderson. Yep, that's right. Zachariah Anderson. Yeah. I don't think he did it. I think he got framed. No, shit. I hit the wrong button. Damn it. Good thing I figured out how to reopen tabs. Mm-hmm. Cheers, Anthony. I had a gun pulled on me at Myrtle Beach, hit me in the head with it. Well, that's terrible. Commissioner / bail. Sheriffs refuse ICE hold. Illegal alien skips court for 4th time today. Kevin Mathewson. Yeah, this is the reporter from Kenosha. Widely expected, Edson O. Martinez Pacheco, a 24-year-old Mexican national with prior deportations and repeated history of failing to appear, did not show up for his scheduled intake court appearance this morning. The no-show has renewed scrutiny on the decisions made by Sheriff David Zorner, Supplemental Court Commissioner Michael Masnica, and Court Commissioner William Mitchell, decisions that directly enabled today's outcome. 2 undercover ICE agents were physically present in the courtroom and confirmed they were prepared to take Martinez Pacheco into federal custody if he appeared. The agents were overheard telling the deputy they were extremely frustrated in general with how the sheriff's office is handling ICE detainers, saying Zorner is cherry-picking which illegal immigrants he will hold for us. Martinez Pacheco is facing 2 felony charges, one for felony retail theft and one for felony bail jumping. If the guy was previously deported, he's a felon, a federal felon. He should have a federal felony warrant for his arrest, not an ICE detainer. There should be a federal felony warrant. Yes, that's right. Control-Shift-T reopens tabs for you all. That's right, it does. Control-Shift-T. If you close a tab on accident, bring it back. Oh well, Jim hit the wrong button, and I'll have to read the article about Carnation Revolution. Kenosha County Sheriff Zorner. Yeah. Pacheco was released from Kenosha County Jail on November 10th after posting $1,500 total cash bail. An active ICE detainer was in place at the time. In a written statement to the Kenosha County Eye, Zorner argued ICE detainers are administrative requests, not judicial warrants, and therefore cannot be used to legally hold somebody after they post state bail. If this guy was previously deported and came back, he should have a warrant for his arrest, a federal warrant. That's where they're fucking up. Get federal warrants, then they have to hold them. Zorner's position mirrors the argument made in the Voices de la Frontera lawsuit filed against him, which claims sheriffs cannot hold individuals solely on immigration detainers. Conservative sheriffs across Wisconsin and the country continue to honor detainers and hold inmates up to 48 hours to allow federal agents to take custody, a long-standing cooperation practice historically followed in Kenosha County. Because of this shift, Martinez Pacheco was able to leave custody before ICE could retrieve him. Oh, what was that? It wasn't Kevin Costner. That was I know it's just Farging Ice Holes. That was the guy. What's his name? Michael Keaton and Joe Piscopo. My mother hung me on a hook once. It's called Johnny Dangerously. Was the name of it? It's a great movie, by the way. Johnny Dangerously. Because of the shift, Martinez Pacheco was able to leave custody before ICE could retrieve him. Mm-hmm. What's up, Grip? Gripper's here. What's up, Grip? Johnny Dangerously. Yes, great movie. Grip is here. Masinka / bail from $10,000 to $1,500. The events leading to today's no-show began when Supplemental Court Commissioner Michael Masinka reduced Pacheco's total bail from $10,000 to $1,500. This occurred despite the defendant's prior deportation, 4 prior failures to appear, active ICE detainer, and arrest history in California, Nevada, and other states. Request. Does notice say request? No. Johnny Dangerously. Yeah. Multiple courthouse sources told the Kenosha Eye that there may have been a directive from Judge Kirkman to impose lower bails in cases like this. If accurate, that would help explain why Masinka imposed such an unusually low bail given the defendant's demonstrated flight risk. The low bail allowed Pacheco to quickly post bond and leave the jail before authorities could intervene. Oh, they got a new district attorney, Xavier Solis. Oh. You know your name is an adverb? Requesting hold means warrant has been issued. No, you would think. Mickle cited a non-existent maximum bail. In the court this morning, District Attorney Xavier Solis requested $10,000 cash bail, explaining he's been deported, skipped court 4 times, has been deported since the case started. Solis says he's been to California, Nevada, and other parts of the country. Commissioner William Mickle instead set a bail at $10,000 per case, claiming that this was the maximum allowed. Wisconsin law establishes no statutory maximum bail for felonies, and courts across the state routinely impose bails for far higher. Mickle's statement was either legally incorrect or reflects a misunderstanding of Wisconsin bail statutes. Solis told the court that he would be filing additional counts of felony bail jumping following today's failure to appear. The sheriff's response? He did not immediately hear back from Sheriff Zoyner regarding today's developments and did not expect a response, but update to the story if one's achieved. Oh, look at this. We got this from 1776. I see what you did there. Nice move. That's right. So now that means that we are 1776. So call this 18. We'll call it $38 away from a 4th additional hour. I'm roundificating. Hey, y'all. Listen, I'm going to play a video. I got to pee. All right. I'm sorry. I got to pee. Thank you, Anthony, for the 1776. I got to pee, so I'm going to play a video real quick before we go any further. No. I'm going to play a video real quick because I got to pee. So I will be back. Let me put this banner up. I'll be back soon using the facilities, and I will take myself. So, a Biden judge gave Justice Kavanaugh's would-be assassin less time than J6ers received for trespassing. This is nuts, right? Maryland U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman, and you might think it's Deborah, but she pronounces it Deborah. A Biden appointee is a national disgrace. She only sentenced 8 years instead of 30. Someone who attempted to murder Justice Kavanaugh and his family in their home. Make no mistake, today's Democrats want conservatives killed. Deborah Boardman, just another Democrat activist posing as a judge. Being of Palestinian descent on her mother's side, Judge Boardman was fascinated with issues related to the Middle East. Also, to use her talents to solve real-world problems and fight for social justice. That's who she is. And just remember this, Democrat judges gave a shorter sentence to a man who attempted to murder a Supreme Court justice than a woman who disputed the 2020 election. That's right, the woman who said, hey, there's a problem with the 2020 election, Tina Peters, she took some, you have to correct this, looking rather large and in charge. That's better. Peters, who said that there was a problem with the election and took a copy of the stuff just so they could keep track of everything and there wouldn't be any mistakes and they didn't lose any information. She got 9 years. Sorry. So Pam Bondi says the attempted assassination of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh was a disgusting attack against our entire judicial system by a profoundly disturbed individual. The Justice Department will be appealing the woefully insufficient sentence imposed by the district court, which does not reflect the horrific facts of this case. You were curious how they came to that. Yeah. So if you do the math, that's what they're, that's supposed to be what Todd Blanche says. This sentence was substantively unreasonable. An assassination plot against Supreme Court justice strikes at the heart of our republic, as Pam Bondi stated. We will appeal to correct this miscarriage of justice and defend the rule of law. This person says she's just another Democrat activist. Oh, we saw this poisoning as a judge. We saw this. The Boardman also cited President Trump's executive order from January 20th, which states that transgender inmates must be incarcerated in prisons that correspond with the gender they were assigned with at birth. Because this person just decided, Roski's disclosed in September, attorneys disclosed in September that he is transgender. I'm not gonna say she because it's not a she. Sorry, it's not. You don't get to pull that shit sentence, go to jail and then go, oh, I'm a woman now, so send me to a woman's prison. Here's the story. Justin would-be assassin sentenced to only 8 years in prison amid claims of transgender struggles. So that's what they listed as the social justice and the transgender struggles. Roski, who nowadays is Sophie and uses female pronouns, was sentenced to 97 months, roughly 8 years, in federal prison on Friday for attempted murder of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. It's a 30 years what it's supposed to be. 30-year sentence is what it's supposed to be. The sentence handed down by U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman, a Biden appointee, comes despite prosecutors pushing for at least 30 years. Roski, then 26, traveled from California to Maryland armed with a Glock pistol, a tactical knife, zip ties, and other, intending to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh in retaliation for the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Roski was arrested outside the justice's home after calling 911 on himself, expressing suicidal thoughts. He pleaded guilty in April to attempted murder charges. During the proceedings, defense attorneys argued for a reduced sentence, citing Roski's mental health struggles, including depression and gender dysphoria. Says he grew up as a Christian conservative in a Christian conservative family. He battled with mental health issues during the COVID-19 pandemic, stopped therapy and medication, and began questioning his gender. Letters to the judge from family members highlighted how Roski's closeted transgender identity contributed to the breakdown and expressed concern about him being able to transition to a woman while in prison. So we're going to have to pay for this prison? Seriously? I don't fucking think so. I don't think so. Roski letter apologizing for his assassination plot. I am very sorry for contributing to a trend of political violence in American politics. I don't know if his was a trend. I think he's a trend. He was raised by conservative Christian parents who loved me and still love me. When Dobbs came around, I was in the closet and had not been taking medicine or going to therapy for 2 years. When the draft leaked, my self-esteem was at rock bottom, along with my hope for the future. So his relatives plead for leniency because he's transgender. Prosecutors, however, emphasized the gravity of the politically motivated attack, pointing to his online post discussing the potential impact of killing a justice and preparation for the act. They sought a 30-year sentence under federal guidelines, which recommends 30 years to life for such crimes. With good behavior, Roski could be out of prison in as little as 4 years. 4 years. But they sentenced those to 20 years and 30 years for not even going into the Capitol. Remember? Judge Boardman sentenced Rosie to 97 months prison, which is what his lawyers asked for. Sentencing guidelines called for 30, but she undid most of the terrorism enhancement. He could be out in 4 years with good behavior. Judge Boardman, who faced criticism for past rulings, including one against parents seeking to opt out of LGBTQ-themed school lessons, later reversed by the Supreme Court, opted for a lighter penalty. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said she will appeal the woefully insufficient sentence. The attempted assassination of a Supreme Court justice was a disgusting attack against our entire judicial system by a profoundly disturbed individual. The Justice Department will be appealing this woefully insufficient sentence imposed by the district court, which does not reflect the horrific facts of this case. That's from Cassandra McDonald over there. Let's see, the Daily Wire said transgender man who planned to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh gets off easy with just 8 years. They asked for a lenient sentence because of the harshness of the conditions of confinement will face due to the Bureau of Prisons policy regarding transgender inmates. So because he's trans, so now trans are just killing people and they could try to kill people, and the judges will just be like, well, since you're trans, you're going to have a hard time in prison, so we're going to let you out early. Is that how it works? So we do 2 tiers of justice, and the trans are special? Yeah. John Roberts needs to get up and start impeach some of these activist judges. Yeah, the guy was obviously worried he was getting an abortion soon. Nicholas is not known that he identifies as transgender until his lawyer stated it in court filings ahead of his sentence. Well, hey, As Jim, he was going after Kavanaugh. It's not like he wanted to take out Ketanji, Very Brown Jackson, white privilege, Yeah, well, if he was trying to her, I'm sure there would have been like major problems. They would have charged him with crimes. They would have went after like very, very, very badly. And anyway, thank you, Jay Swalback, for the 5. And as everyone knows, I'm not going to get it. So yeah, so there's that. Post Millennial has a 2. His trans would be a sentence only 8 years in prison as the judge takes his identity into consideration. Yeah, so your identity, which is not, remember that whole thing about justice being blind? The blindfold with the scales? Not in this courtroom. She goes, oh, you're a this. So I'm going to take that into how I sentence you. So like the opposite of being, imbalanced, impartial, blind. No. No, he was sentenced to 8 years for John Kavanaugh's life. Prosecutors asked for 30, and Judge Deborah Boardman handed down a little more than 8 years. Boardman also used the female pronouns for the male would-be assassin. Oh, of course she did. Of course she did. Noticed the law enforcement that he didn't carry out the attack, and he got scared because maybe all the estrogen he was taking. I don't know. If he was, I don't know. All right. Well, yeah, that's crazy, right? So let's get into this other stuff. Here we go. We got another 8-year-old. Let me get this banner off. Sorry, I forgot about the banner. All right. Ooh, a bunch of people left while I was peeing. I'm sorry. I'm almost, sometimes at Google know more about me than my commercials might be interested instead of making up stuff. So this man can serve what time he's able to kick the ass of the inmates instead of getting his own ass kicked and raped. Yeah, it's crazy. It's nuts. That's what's happening. That's what's happening everywhere, man. It's happening everywhere. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body. I got the scraper protest story, SB Farmer. We'll get there. Look at this. Another 8-year-old girl killed by an illegal alien suspect. DUI hit and run. This is crazy. Okay. What is going on here? An illegal alien is facing a slew of charges in connection with drunk driving collision that claimed the life of a child in Georgia. Jim, I did say, looking at that video, that your right side is a tad swollen tonight. What is it? Maybe. I don't know. I hope not. Audra, you're going to make Jim blow up bigger than my pinky nail. On Tuesday, Immigration and Customs Enforcement announced a detainer has been lodged against Jose Valera, who's been held at the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office. He was pulling out of an apartment complex when his Toyota pickup driven by him slammed into her Honda, and her daughter was rushed to the hospital, and he did not survive. So this is what's happening. This is like a daily occurrence, man. That this sword-wielding illegals chop a woman's hand off in Georgia brawl. So these two illegals got into a sword fight. I know about Spike. You're asking me about Spike, like what? Like talking about? I know a guy named Spike. Now we got this story: a Finnish illegal alien throwing coffee on a woman and a baby in Florida. We saw this. Look at this. Oh my God! Look at that. Like, oh, I thought I saw that face before. Look at it. Same person, same face. It's crazy. What's it say? 3-minute dog cop killed. Cop dog killed. Is that the one where they shot the cop, the dog? They shot the sword fight or machete fight? That was a sword fight. Is that the one where they shot the dog and the owner of the dog? San Francisco? Is that the one you're talking about? Trump's deportation operation has made a four-bedroom house in South available to American citizens after a woman who married an illegal is moving to Mexico upon his removal. Mass deportation is the easiest solution to lowering housing costs. No, Burbank? Oh. Bellicam is so zen-like. I have to fix it to make it zen-like. Why is it? What is going on? Why is it so crooked? What the hell is happening here? Oh, I see what happened. She flipped her whole bed around. She moved it. I gotta have to fix the bed. Huh. I have to fix the bed. Hold on. Give me a second. What's happening here with this camera? Something got screwed up. There it is. That's better. Oh, sorry. Trying to fix the camera for her, and it's something getting all jacked up over here. Jim's gone. Let's riot. I'm right here. You couldn't see me. Bella's not amused. DUI limits will go down. Yeah. So let's see here.
Today was the last day that I'll see this place that we called home. The place that we brought 2 of our babies home from the hospital to. Our first actual house that we bought together. And the place where my kids were happy at. I've been working non-stop for the whole past month, every day for this transition to go as smooth as possible. My husband had to go to the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City yesterday to get some papers signed because his name was on the deed of the house so that I could close on it today. I'm so thankful for all of my friends and family who have been here for me to help me get through this nightmare. People have been checking on me day and night, and I've made some good friends through social media, people who have been through the same situation. They actually understand what I'm going through. It's going to be hard to forgive this country for what they did to my family. But I do know one thing, true love always wins.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have had an illegal alien husband. I don't know.
We leave this week to go spend Thanksgiving week with my husband, and it's also his birthday, so we're going to celebrate his birthday while we're down there. My 9-year-old Milan is going to stay down there. Today was his last day in school in the United States. This will also be the first time that my older kids have seen their dad since ICE took him. They can't wait to see their little brother Ander, and I'm desperately waiting for the day that my California nursing license comes in the mail. That is the key to being able to...
So we probably paid for all the fucking schooling and everything too. Yeah. Like Andrew says, this is how you solve the high cost of housing without having to drive a single nail, pour a single cubic yard of concrete, pull a single building permit. Deport 180 million third world migrants currently occupying American housing. 180 million now. Wow. And instantly make available 45 million units of housing for American citizens. Panic and chaos sets in as parents rush to get their children off a school bus as news spreads that ICE was raiding the Belhaven Estates in Charlotte, North Carolina. ICE purposefully launched this kidnapping operation during a school bus drop-off time.
Who lives here? You can get out through the back door.
Run, run, run.
Todos en la casa.
Todos en la casa. Run, run, run. Illegals, run.
Come on. Andy! 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 She don't live here. You don't live here?
Oh, sorry, honey.
You don't live here? You don't live here?
How many people live in this one house? Wow. A grizzly attacked a class of kids in Belcool, British Columbia, 9 students and 2 teachers? Wow. I guess they shouldn't have took all the guns away from the Canadians. The Attorney General of Minnesota is going to try to protect foreigners who stole our money and send it to an Islamic terrorist organization to kill Americans. Crazy as hell. Trump's announcement of terrorization of Somali TPS in Minnesota is legally problematic. While a president does have a lot of authority to designate and revoke TPS, he cannot legally wield that power to discriminate. What? Fucking people, I swear to God, man. TikTok user Uncle Moogie says if ICE officers come to the South, liberals like him are going to deal with the officers with violence. It's like a clown car of Latins. It's crazy, right? They are kidnapping. They're kidnapping the kids off the bus right now. That's what it looked like to me. Take them out the emergency exit for effect. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Yeah. How many kids they put in that bus? Crazy. You're going to be dealt with. Y'all's afraid. You know what's going to happen if y'all come down here because y'all know it's going to be even like a lot of Southerners support what's going on. There's a lot of us who don't. You're going to get dealt with. Yeah. This beta boy is going to get arrested.
Ever since these ICE raids started happening, I've been wondering, why don't they come to the South and try to get at these high immigration areas? And then I saw that Charlotte lady's video, and I was like, oh, I know why. Y'all's afraid. Y'all know what's going to happen to you if you come down here. Because even though there's a lot of Southerners that support what's going on, there's a lot of us that don't. And you're going to be dealt with. Ever since these ICE...
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's going to be dealt with by a Bubba in prison. He's going to deal with his ass. He's going to get up in that ass. A white liberal woman whose TikTok is Chelsea Ghost Zero tracks ICE agents in San Diego, California. She uses her megaphone to yell in Spanish, alerting illegals in the area. Is he even real? I don't know. This is an ICE agent. La migra, la migra, la migra. You're not welcome in this town. You're not welcome in this town. She goes to give the exact locations and lie about ICE being racist, arresting American citizens.
This is an ICE agent. La migra es aquí, la migra es aquí. La migra, la migra, la migra, la migra. We're here at the 47th City Trolley Station in San Diego. Migration has been spotted here at the 47th Street Trolley Station multiple days in a row. They've been casing this neighborhood. If you're familiar with this area, this is where you should be avoiding if you're an undocumented person. Actually, if you're a brown person, because they're not just going after undocumented people. They've been arresting U.S. citizens. Don't kid yourself. This is about racism. They're not looking for anybody in particular. They're hunting human beings.
I would like to hunt her. I'd like them to arrest her. All right? I'm perfectly fine. Get this one right here and put her in jail. That's where I'm at right now. I've had it with all these fucking people. I've had it with them. Liberals in California are now standing in line at Home Depot to purchase single 17-cent scrapers, only to return it and get back in line to purchase another one, aiming to freeze sales and protests of Home Depot allowing ICE to conduct operations in their stores.
Richard's drummer. That's what actually was out of position. Hey, can everybody's attention, please? If you're purchasing something,
I have been volunteering with.
We can come to this side. Come to this side.
See, this is retarded because they could easily just kick all these people out and tell them they're trespassed and they can never come back. That's what they should do if they were smart and not retarded. They would say, oh, okay, this is what you're doing? Okay, you're all out. You're all trespassed. Get out. Don't come back. That's how this should be handled. They're gonna buy it and return it and buy it and return it. No, you trespass them and kick them out. That's all you do. That's all you do. Trespass them, kick them out. You never come back to a Home Depot again.
But they still have like a good amount of weight.
What are you buying? Nice scraper. Nice. What are you guys buying?
We are buying ice scrapers.
Right.
Thank you.
What are you buying?
Nice scraper.
This is the Home Depot's stupid for not just kicking them all out.
What are you buying today?
No, that's just retarded. Yeah.
We've seen countless immigration raids at Southern California Home Depots, and immigrant groups are accusing the company of being complicit in the operation.
And CBS LA's Lori Perez live outside the Monrovia Home Depot with an ICE protest and a message that we haven't seen before. Lori?
Yeah.
That's right. You know, we have seen a lot of different
childish
protests
religion.
over the last few months.
Corporate
centered on
supports
the
this,
ICE
probably.
raids, but none quite like the one that happened this weekend at this Monrovia Home Depot. One by one, hundreds picked up a 17-cent ice scraper at the Monrovia Home Depot Saturday, bought it, and then got back in long lines to return it, clogging customer service, shopping as a political act to tell Home Depot to keep ICE agents out of their stores.
Definitely. Yeah, we want to.
It sure looked to me like there was people that worked at the Home Depot. They had Home Depot stuff on participating in this. So they should all be fired. I'm one of many American contract workers being kicked out because they hire illegals and don't pay taxes or livable wage, and to get my jobs and snap. That's right. Actually, I'm going to buy more real stuff at Home Depot to support them. Great advertising for Big Orange. I prefer Lowe's anyway. It happens to be closer to me. Home Depot is weird. Yeah, so.
Ice from our communities, and it's kind of symbolic, right, to use an ice scraper, buy it, and try to collapse their system for a moment or for some time, with the group of people that are witnessing and are willing to stay to stand up.
They could have. You know what they also could have did? They could have said, "No, we're not taking it back. Have a nice day. We're not accepting returns on this. Go fuck yourself." That's what I would have did. Can you tell welfare programs are back? Do these people work?
For the human rights of day laborers.
Palmira Figueroa is communications director for the National Day Laborers Organizing Network that organized the act of consumer activism. For nearly an hour, the so-called buy-in stalled the store from operating as normal. And when the crowd started marching through the aisles, Home Depot closed the store down, a move not lost on activists.
You actually can shut a store.
Oh, yeah, you could actually could have arrested every one of these fucking people for trespassing. That's what I would have did. Arrest them.
Right? You can shut it for this, but you have not shut them when an ICE raid and abuse is happening.
We could not reach Home Depot for comment tonight, but its communication team has repeatedly told the media they do not cooperate with ICE agents and are not notified of raids beforehand. Still, the stores are often the site of immigration actions aimed at day laborers who famously line up around the stores to offer their services. This was a more traditional protest in August after ICE agents flooded the Monrovia Home Depot parking lot, handcuffing workers waiting for jobs. One laborer who ran from the raid was struck and killed by an SUV, though DHS told us agents were not pursuing him. Figueroa and company don't buy it and don't plan on letting Home Depot off the hook.
We want for Home Depot to condemn these ICE raids on their property. We know they can do that. They should speak out, reject.
This sounds like an illegal alien to me. Why isn't she arrested? Arrest this cunt and get her the fuck out of my country.
The use of its stores and their sites for fear and violence.
Now, videos of this weekend's unusual, unique protest have gone viral. The group says it could do it again as it looks for creative, impactful ways to protest. We are live in Monrovia. I'm Lori Perez, CBS LA.
Lori, thank you. We've seen countless immigration.
Oh, why is it Home Depot's fault? Because these are all fucking communists. They need to be booted the fuck out of the country. Use a catapult and launch them the fuck out of here. My wife speaks better than that. Yeah, get her the fuck out too. Yeah, get her out. Yeah, look at this. Judge Teresa Molina Gonzalez, who let Lawrence Reed out before he lit the woman on fire despite prosecutors begging to keep him detained and 72 prior arrests, admits she's a DEI hire and rules based on how people look. This is the judge, all right? Teresa Molina Gonzalez.
I serve as Vice President for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equal Opportunity.
The first time I came out on the bench and the deputy announced, all rise, the Honorable Judge Teresa Molina, the whole courtroom stood up and I was all excited. He's walking out there. And I saw an Illinois State Trooper. He was African American. He had a sleeve covering his tattoos. And he was standing there and he looked at me and he nodded. And I knew what that meant. And so I looked at him and I nodded back like, that's right, we're doing this. And it felt so good. It felt so good. So to me, a fine of $354, which is our normal no insurance fine, that's a lot of money. And some of the judges that I work with came from money, so $354 is no big deal. But to most of the people that come to my courtroom, it is a big deal. And so I always offer them the opportunity to do community service. Being Latina in the office, people would tell me, like, don't you feel like you're prosecuting your own people? But it's true. There were a lot of, defendants that look like me. However, I had a chance as a prosecutor to make a difference as to what cases come in. I had a chance as a prosecutor to decide what offers were appropriate. And so I always offer them the opportunity to do community service.
Yeah, she offered the guy with 72 arrests that lit the woman on fire community service. Yeah. What do you know? What do you say? That's odd, right? At this, breaking, 3 black teens aged 13, 16, and 19 arrested for beating and robbing a homeless man, Roger Borcom, to death in Jacksonville, Florida. That's fact. Black youth comprise 15% of the population. No, I don't think this is true. 15% of I don't think this is true. But commit 52% of juvenile murders. I don't think this is true. I think that number is way too high. 15%. I think you're wrong.
3 young suspects, just 13, 16, and 19 years old, now charged as adults in the murder of 64-year-old Roger Borcom, 13-year-old Justin Curry, who was indicted by a Duval County grand jury, 16-year-old Robert Pope, and 19-year-old Markavian Lacey. Detectives say Borcom, who was homeless, was beaten 3 separate times over the course of a little more than an hour back on October 19th. An arrest report revealing officers were called to 110 North Hogan Street. And when they arrived, they found Borcom unconscious near a doorway, blood pooling on the sidewalk. First responders took him to the hospital and Borcom died 4 days later. The medical examiner ruling his death a homicide caused by blunt force trauma. The arrest report reveals a witness told police he saw 3 teenagers kicking and stomping the victim before running off. Hours after the attack.
Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe 50% in that district.
Away and took them into custody. Police say they also linked the suspects to a separate incident that night, a robbery on Forsyth Street. Surveillance video obtained by detectives shows the suspects.
Future scientists and engineers.
Video captures the group beating the victim, rummaging through his backpack, and returning to the scene to attack him again.
Wow. To attack him again. Yeah, I mean 13%, like, I think maybe, but that's like, if you're going to actually do the math correctly, you'd say, like, what's the percentage in the population of those, A, because there's more females than there are males, so that would be less than half for males. Then you start looking at different age groups, and seems odd to me. Yes, news. Suspected teens caught on camera lighting a car on fire before fleeing the scene in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This was caught on my Ring camera last night. Some kids out there burning cars. Thank God they didn't go for my Benz. The woman who captured the footage said the kids are just moving on from ding-dong ditching and lighting cars on fire now.
Janaya, the other way. Janaya.
Janaya. Huh, Janaya. What kind of name is that? Janaya. Teens. Teens. I never thought I'd live to see a day when wielding bacon got you a felony in America. We've had multiple testimonies saying Muslims don't do these public group prayer sessions in their own countries. They only do it here to show dominance, and Americans got felonies for standing up. Yes, bacon incident. Several men are now facing felony hate crime charges after taunting a group of Muslims during an outdoor prayer by waving bacon at them. Bacon, it's really good. Anyone who wants some, you want to eat bacon wherever you want. Always carry, that's right. Always be ABA, always be armed. Yes. Yeah. So they arrested some guys for waving bacon. Look at this. Democrats laundered $93 billion during the 76 days between when Trump was elected and Joe Biden was leaving. As of today, $24.16 billion from the 93 in the Rush Biden era loan and grant commitments have been recovered. $69 billion remains unrecoverable. No Democrats have gone to prison for this, so you're telling me that the Department of Energy in a 76-day period before their boss was going to leave office gave or loaned money to entities that had no business plan? Correct. No financials? Correct. My God.
It's rare that I'm speechless. But I want to be sure I understood. The people running the Department of Energy for President Biden's administration shoveled $93 billion, not million, $93 billion out the door in 76 days, and it just happened to be the time between when President Trump was elected and President Biden, their boss, was leaving. Is that right?
It is correct and distasteful. Confidence undermining.
So you're telling me that the Department of Energy, in the 76-day period before their boss was going to leave office, gave or loaned money to entities that had no business plan?
Correct.
No financials?
Correct.
My God.
My God. What is going on? This is crazy. It's just crazy what's happening, isn't it? Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Wow. Yes. American woman makes an excellent point. It's a warning based on countless examples throughout history. Islam uses leftists. Once Muslims are done using leftists and have gained control of government, they will be purged. Explain to me again how the left condemns Christianity and can support Islam. What an interesting marriage of groups. Islam is significantly more of a threat to the leftists. Christianity isn't inherently theocratic. It's the vast majority of Christians believe in free will and freedom, which is why there aren't really any Christian theocracies, unless you want to consider the Vatican to be a theocracy. Islam, on the other hand, is the very tied to governance. Sharia, which is numerous Islamic theocracies and semi-theocracies. I think this union boils down to a few things. The left views Christians as a dominant group who are oppressors, and they view Islamists as marginalized groups. The left also has unrealistic utopias, a complete misunderstanding of human behavior, and they have a low information when it comes to Islamists and the history of Islamists. Unbeknownst to leftists, Islamists are very aware of their ignorance, and they use it to their advantage. They use taqiyya. The only thing leftists and Islamists have in common is our mutual hate for the West and Western values, which by and large are shaped by Judeo-Christian values. So they kind of become mutual tools for each other. But historically, this doesn't play out well for leftists. There are many examples of this, so let's take a look and see how the unholy alliance plays out or has played out in the past. Pause to read. Let's see the video. Let's see what this video is. Oh, okay.
Explain to me how the left condemns Christianity and can support Islam. What an interesting marriage of groups. Islam is significantly more of a threat to leftists. Christianity isn't inherently theocratic. The vast majority of Christians believe in free will and freedom, which is why there aren't really any Christian theocracies, unless you want to consider the Vatican to be a theocracy. Islam, on the other hand, is very tied to governance, Sharia, which is why there are numerous Islamic theocracies and semi-theocracies. I think this union boils down to a few things. The left views Christians as a dominant group who are oppressors, and they view Islamists as a marginalized minority group. The left also has unrealistic utopias, a complete misunderstanding of human behavior, and they have very low information when it comes to Islamists and the history of Islamists. Unbeknownst to leftists, Islamists are very aware of their ignorance, and they use it to their advantage. The only thing leftists and Islamists have in common is their mutual hate for the West and Western values, which by and large are shaped by Judeo-Christian values. So they kind of become mutual tools for each other, but historically, this doesn't really play out well for leftists. There are many examples of this, so let's take a look and see how this unholy alliance plays out, or has played out in the past. Pause to read.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Chechnyas, all this stuff we're talking about, all this stuff.
So there is an obvious pattern here. Leftists and Islamists unite against a common enemy. When the enemy is removed, Islamists prioritize establishing Islamic governance, which is completely incompatible with secular leftist visions, and honestly is incompatible with everyone else's visions, as Islamic governance is incompatible with Western democracy. Once Islamists have the upper hand, leftists are often purged, imprisoned, or sidelined. And honestly, this goes along with any other group of people who do not fall in line with their ideology. We have many examples of violent intolerance. So yeah, this image I see floating around is highly accurate. If I do have one thing to add though, politicians in the West have no idea what they're doing. And I think as Canadians, we could look towards Europe and kind of have an idea of what's to come. That is, if we continue down this path.
Wow. Wow. Wow, we got this. Democrats are leading the way to adopt digital ID. Illinois Secretary of State Alexi Giannoulis. Now, for the first time ever, Illinois will be able to add their driver's license straight to their Apple Wallet. Wow. It's not a conspiracy theory anymore. They want you to be a digital ID.
Oh, for the first time ever, Illinoisans will be able to add their driver's license or state ID directly to their Apple Wallet. To get started, open Apple Wallet, tap the plus button, select driver's license or state ID, and follow the quick steps. Scan your card, take a selfie, and you're done. Apple and our office don't track when or where you use it. Your privacy is protected by design. Only the information needed for a transaction is presented, and you have the opportunity to review and authorize the information being requested with Face ID or Touch ID before it is shared. If a bar or concert venue only needs to confirm you're over 21, that's all they see. Not your address, not your license number, not even your birth date. Starting tomorrow, you'll be able to use your mobile ID at O'Hare, Midway, and Lambert airports, and at over 250 airports nationwide. We're also working with stadiums, restaurants, and retailers across the state to expand the number of businesses and venues accepting mobile ID in the coming months. This will soon go beyond Apple Wallet to include Google and Samsung wallets so that every Illinoisan with a smartphone can benefit from this breakthrough, regardless of their device.
Check out old Alexi here in his past with failed banks. Yeah, that Alexi Giannoulis, yeah, New York has been pushing it to get people put ID on the phones as well. Yeah, but Apple isn't responsible for any DOS data. Nope. Trust me, why would I lie? Joe Isuzu. Yeah, it's amazing, the whole point of the Patriot Act. It's crazy, right? Crazy like a fox. Crazy. And then, look at this. Former Illinois governor exposes Barack Obama bought a $750,000 mansion with the help of a convicted felon, and the media covered it up. Obama also called him to get Michelle Obama a job for $300,000 a year. The hospital has Medicaid, Medicare funding ties. Quid pro quo. Right after Barack Obama's Senate win, Michelle wanted a high-paying $300,000 a year job at Northwestern University or University of Chicago. Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich made a phone call to assist, saying it was standard political favor. Michelle Obama got the job, in Hyde Park. Speaker emphasized his federal funding ties. Tony Resco, a fundraiser who was helpful to the Obamas, bought an adjoining lot to Obama's new Kenwood Hyde Park mansion, purchased for $750 since they couldn't afford it. Resco spent 8 years in prison. Joey Takia Isuzu. Yeah. Barack Obama has betrayed Tony Resco despite Resco's aid, including to Michelle's job and property. Obama distanced himself during investigations, offered no help, and pretended not to know him. Media, influenced by Axelrod, downplayed the Obama-Resco ties. One thought Obama was all right, kind of cold and personal, but okay, and be happy to be helpful. But he's one of the most selfish people in politics on a one-on-one level, and he's not pure like the driven snow in the sense of his ethics or morality. Oh, wow.
I thought Obama was all right, kind of cold and impersonal, but okay. And I was happy.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane that they gave very little coverage to the stuff that he had going on at Resco. Wow. Wow. That's nuts. Well, everybody, it's been 5 hours. All right. And I think that's going to be it for me for this evening. I want to thank everybody who's here. Please remember, hit the like, hit subscribe. If you haven't already, please leave a comment. And I'll see you all Monday night for some more. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.